Let me know when we have quorum, please, because we're going to want to start right at 6:30.
We are at quorum.
Great. All right, it's 6:30, so let's get started and welcome everybody to the June full board meeting of Community Board 8 Manhattan. We are going to start off with some proclamations from a number of our elected officials. So let's unmute all of the elected officials and we will turn it over to them in turn to present their respective proclamations. And we are going to start with Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney once she is unmuted.
Thank you so much, Russell Squire, and hello to everybody on Community Board 8. It's wonderful. I'm in Washington right now where we're trying to pass gun safety laws, but I'm really calling to present a special honor to longtime Community Board member and former Chair Barry Schneider, who is also the president and founder of the East 60s Neighborhood Association and a strong and prominent community leader. Barry has been a dedicated member of Community Board 8 since 1992, and he has worked to advocate for community accessibility and pushed for many projects to improve the lives of community residents in New York at large. As chair, he was known as for his Mr. Civility sign, which he would display at board meetings to facilitate respectful and productive discussion. Throughout his career, he has conducted himself with empathy and consideration, and he has left a lasting impact on this community. Barry, the extension of remarks presented to you today, which was written into the congressional record, which is the permanent history of our country. You can always get it from the Library of Congress. It's a testament to your longtime devotion and leadership. And on behalf of the people that I represent, I thank you for all of your work for Community Board 8, for the East 60s group, and for really our whole entire community. You will be missed, and I wish you a wonderful retirement. To everyone here, thank you for joining and honoring Barry and for gathering once again to make our community stronger. I look forward to the report of your discussion this evening. Thank you for having me, and thank you for your time. Thank you. I yield back, as they say in Congress. So,
thank you very much. All right, next, let's go to our council members, Keith Powers and Julie Menon.
Thank you so much. Is Councilmember Powers on as well?
I'm here. Hey.
Here. Okay. Hi. Hello. Okay. So I think we worked out. I'm going to go very quickly and then I'm going to turn it over to Majority Leader Powers. So it's my honor, along with my colleague, Majority Leader Powers, to present this proclamation to Barry Schneider for his service to the community. Barry has truly lived a full life of service. He served in the Army at Thule Air Force Base in Greenland and then was assigned to a regimental legal office back in the United States, where he served until exiting as a first lieutenant. In addition to serving his country, he has served his community so nobly. He served on CB8 from 1992 until this year, and he was full board chair from 1998 to 2000, and also co-chaired many committees and task force. Barry has been involved in so many critical issues, from the 2nd Avenue subway to the East River Esplanade's renovations. Barry has been an incisive voice for the community in navigating these difficult issues. Barry's also the founder of the East 60s Neighborhood Association, which he is also president of. The association does so much important work in serving the community. And of course, he also assists the many small businesses in our neighborhood. My office has worked closely with the association and with Barry on many of these critical neighborhood issues. So Barry, I want to say this is a first proclamation that I'm presenting as a member of the City Council, and I can honestly think of no one that is more qualified than you and deserving than you. You truly embody the values of what community service is all about. So let me just show you that we have, on behalf of Majority Leader Powers and I, this proclamation. It's a little hard to do this on Zoom, but hopefully you can see it, and we both look forward to presenting it to you in person. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll jump in there. Yeah, I will do more personal, I'm happy to present, looking forward to presenting the proclamation as well to you, Barry. But I've known Barry Schneider seemingly since I was a child, it feels like at this time, starting in politics with Assemblyman Bing and State Senator Liz Krueger. And I just want to say there is nobody who is more decent and more honorable in this world of politics and government and governing than Barry Schneider. And so I just want to say a very, very deep thank you to him for all his involvement in Community Board 8, East 60s Association, and seemingly everything that we've been able to do over the years together. And every time I get a call from Barry, it makes my day a bit better because he's just such a decent guy. And so I want to say just a very sincere thank you to him. And I do hope we'll see you this summer or sometime soon to be able to give you that proclamation. But those words have a lot of meaning, but I wanted you to hear me say it as well, that you're just such a fantastic guy. And Community Board 8 is so lucky with you and Judy to have two real great stalwarts here for over the years. And our community particularly is so honored and lucky to have you as well.
Thank you both. So let's turn over now to our Borough President, Mark Levine.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I have a nice proclamation as well for Barry. Again, sorry that we're not together in person, but we'll get this to you as soon as possible. I am so grateful for Barry's service to this board and to the broader community over the years. We have lots of nice flowery language here, which I won't read verbatim, so as not to be repetitive, but I'll give you some of the highlights of the ways we want to acknowledge Barry's incredible service, including his military service as second lieutenant in the Transportation Corps in Greenland, and as a regimental legal officer in the United States Regimental Legal Office, and further military titles, which I won't get into. Oh my goodness, I am sorry for the technical mishap there. Okay, the joys of Zoom. Can you guys see me okay?
We got you.
Yep.
All right, there we go. We are thrilled to acknowledge that he followed in the footsteps of his father, Alan, leading the family's advertising agency, later known as Pram Advertising, until Mr. Schneider's retirement in 1998. He served in so many community capacities, Community Board 8 since 1992, where he co-chaired the Traffic and Transportation Committee, co-chaired the 2nd Avenue Subway Task Force, of the 197A Queensboro Bridge Area Committee, co-chair of the Parks and Waterfront Committee, and many others, as well as second vice chair, first vice chair, and then chair of the Community Board from 1998 to 2000. We're also acknowledging his wife, Judy, who founded together with Barry the East 60s Neighborhood Association, which continues to be a strong voice in the local community, et cetera, et cetera. We'll get to the good part now. I therefore do commend Barry Schneider for his contributions to the city and proclaim Wednesday, June 15th, 2022, Barry Schneider Appreciation Day in the Borough of Manhattan. So thank you, former chair Barry Schneider. I'm excited to continue to work with you as you lead on behalf of the community. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you very much. Let's go next to Senator Liz Krueger.
Oh, thank you very much, Russell. So I also have resolutions in honor of actually two of the retiring members with long histories. Before I get to that, I just want to say welcome to the new members, Mohik Agrawal, Bill Angelis, Lindsay Cormack, Sahar Hussain, Addison Lave, John McClement, Anju Suresh, and Judy Schneider, who I guess is returning to the board, as her husband Barry Schneider is outgoing, Lowell Barton is outgoing, Peter Patch is outgoing, Harrison Pearson Paynes is outgoing, and my dear friend Elaine Walsh is outgoing. So first off, thank you all who are outgoing for your service. And for everyone who's new, I look forward to getting to know you. I will tell you, I've been the state senator for Community Board 8 now for about 20 years and really came on the scene 22 years ago, although I already lived here, but came on the scene in the sense that I started to explore running for office. And people I met very quickly were leaders in Community Board 8. I met Barry and Judy Schneider right away, who had many things they needed to share with me and to tell me what I should be doing. I met Elaine Walsh very quickly, who also was making sure to tell me what I needed to know and what I was doing. Of course, we've lost my dear friend and many of yours dear friend, Barbara Chalky, not that long ago, but she was also, to me, an incredible resource in learning about this section of the district I hope to represent. And people forget sometimes how hard you work on a community board and the number of nights you spend and the number of subcommittees and hearings and demands that are put upon you for not one dime. And I think in most of the world, very little understanding of the commitment that you're making. So I'm also not going to read the resolutions I have for Barry Schneider or Elaine Walsh. They both have served with distinction. They have both been involved with so many other issues in our community. And I want to give a shout out to Elaine for people who might not know, but in addition to her Community Board 8 work and her 86th Street Association work, but her role at Hunter College as a professor who ran a program that provided internships for students in many government offices for years and years and years. Thank you, Elaine. I got some of the best interns and then future staff ever through your program. So really appreciated the service you provided to the government representatives in the district. And again, to Barry, you're not really going away because Judy's taking your slot on the community board. And anyone who knows, the two of you know, you're never not going to share with us your opinions of what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong. And speaking for myself, that information has been invaluable to me for the 20 years I have been serving. Not 20 more, but a few more, because I am running again. Not getting political here, but I am running again in November. Of course, everyone knows Audrey Tannen from my shop. And for those of you who are new on the board who might not, please do get to know her. Please do reach out whenever we can be helpful, including when you think we're doing things wrong. It's amazing how valuable it is to get good feedback and constructive criticism in these jobs. So I also will be delivering the resolutions to your Manhattan apartments probably before the week is over, and I'll leave them with your doormen. So again, just thank you so much for all your work, and I look forward to working with all the new members. Thank you, Russell, for letting me slide in.
Sure. Thank you very much for being here. And let's go next to Assemblymember Rebecca Seawright, please.
Thank you, Russell, and thank all of you. It's great to see you this evening. I too have a proclamation for Dr. Elaine Walsh and for Barry Schneider. And I had the wonderful occasion to present Barry's in person the other night at the East Side Esplanade reception. And Elaine, we will get you yours to your doorman later this week. I want to thank them and also congratulate the new people coming on the board. Many long hours, as you know, are spent devoted to the community board. And it's an important position. And so again, we thank Barry Schneider. And as our senator said, you're not going far with Judy coming on. And so we appreciate all of your service and Elaine and other departing members' service, and congratulate the new members. I hope you'll all tune in next Wednesday, where we have the Working Family Women and Families Committee. We'll be discussing choice, and it should be an informative agenda. And I think Senator Krueger is on the panel with me, as well as another speaker. So we're looking forward to that. So have a good evening, and I look forward to the rest of your meeting.
Thank you very much. And let's unmute Barry and Elaine, please. And I think we'll go, we'll go to Barry first, and then can go to Elaine if you'd like to say something.
Thank you, Russell. I want to thank each and every one of the elected officials who spoke this evening. I'm very honored and humbled by your very generous remarks. And I shall be sending each of you a personal letter of thanks. That's not funny. Oh, it may be funny. I'd like to say a little bit. I feel like Tom Sawyer right now. You can figure that out later. But I'd like to read something that I wrote some time ago, but it's incredibly appropriate right now. Good friends and dear colleagues, some thoughts ere I depart and pack away my gavel in my borrowed Gristidi shopping cart. It's not that I'll be homeless or rootless or bereft of all hope. After all, my successors are Ken Maltner, Don DeLakis, and Sharon Pope. So I joined the ranks of Greenberg, Chalky, White, and Fisher. I marvel that in the 3 years I didn't have to call out the militia. But I jest. We're buddies, cronies, we're comrades in arms. We're together as a concert by Brahms. We meet twice a month and again in committee to bring our smarts to bear on problems of the city. We do it with quiet passion. We do it with animated verve. We do it in ways that would confound the casual observer. We review sidewalk cafes and recommend traffic regulations. We consider landmarks and parks and FAR calculations. We protect open space. We guard it like we guard light and air. We try to make sense of the zoning nightmare. We monitor street fairs. We keep an eye on the environment. After all, we are the first level of city government. At the end of the day, we stand tall throughout the borough for Board 8's long prize as being fair and honest and thorough. And now I close the book and put a seal on my mission. Thanks to one and all for allowing me a small part in this grand tradition. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm done.
And that's very good. We'll unmute.
But I'm not
Elaine,
gone.
please.
I'm
stepping
aside. I'm stepping aside, not stepping down. Thank you,
Got it.
sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Elaine.
Barry, that was lovely to have put all of that together. I want to thank the electeds who recognized my contributions to the community, and want to say that the outpouring of support I've received from both the public and community board members about the work I've done is much appreciated. I've enjoyed the work and taking a lead on a number of issues to save our community. As I said in the past, I'm not going away. I was born in the community. I will continue here and will continue to be active. What I wanted to say, because so many people have asked, why did I leave the board? I just wanted to make it clear that the borough president, Mark Levine, did not reappoint me as I didn't meet the diversity requirements. But putting that aside, I will continue to work for our community and make sure the community's voices are heard. And thank you to those who've acknowledged my work, both publicly and privately. Thank you.
So thank you. And I want to thank very much all of the elected officials who presented proclamations and your resolutions and your acknowledgement of these longtime board members. And I want to thank them for their service. And I do want to thank as chair, Barry as a former chair has been a real resource and source of guidance on that role. But the two of you, I thank you both for your long years of service to Community Board 8. And so seeing as we have elected officials here, if you want to give your reports now, you may. And so we can let Senator Krueger go first if you'd like to do a report.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll just be very quick. Of course, my email reports come out, and we recently did one on the highlights from the end of session. Actually, June 23rd, I think, I'll be having a webinar where people can tune in, ask me questions about any of the legislation that passed or didn't pass towards the end of session. Frighteningly, I think we and the Assembly combined passed 1,000 bills. So if you want to play test me, I can easily get things wrong, no problem, in a webinar setting or by reaching out to my office. I do think we passed some critically important legislation at the end of session. 2 packages I'll just briefly mention. A package of bills to increase protections for providers of reproductive health and abortion services and refugees who may be coming from other states to get their health care here in New York, as we are on the verge of the Supreme Court decision that will end our Roe v. Wade protections, at least as far as the Supreme Court's concerned, leaving it up to each state to come up with the right answers for itself. And New York State has proudly declared itself a sanctuary state where women from the rest of the country are welcome to come here for the healthcare services that if they live in 26 states, they may no longer have access to. And so we did a package of bills on that. We also did a package of bills on common sense gun policy. Yes, of course, in response to the Buffalo situation and now the literally daily mass murders that we are seeing throughout this country. In my opinion, what we did was not strong enough. I've become quite the zealot recently for the Canadian or the Australian model. Let's just take the guns away, because apparently we don't know how to handle them in this country. And so we are seeing a mind-bogglingly fast growth in the number of gun-related murders, again, in every state in this country at a faster and faster growing rate. But we did outlaw buying these most dangerous guns before you're 21. Again, I would just outlaw them, requiring more background history, outlaw using micro-stamped guns, but that will take several years apparently to actually develop the models for holding gun manufacturers more responsible, not letting private citizens buy body armor and use it. And of course, we are on the verge of expecting another bad Supreme Court decision that will overturn New York City's stricter than most places carry permit laws. And we may be going back to the legislature to pass some additional bills in response to that decision when that comes out. I've taken too long, so thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll go next to Councilmember Bennett.
Thank you so much. First of all, I also want to extend my thanks to Elaine Walsh for her years of phenomenal service to the community. I know she'll stay an active participant as president of the East 86th Street Association. And I really want to thank you, Elaine, for everything that you've done for the community. I want to welcome all of the new community board members. Very excited to work with all of you. So let me just give a couple brief highlights. It's been 48 hours, obviously, since the council passed the budget. I know my colleague, Majority Leader Powers, will highlight a number of different things, but I want to talk a little bit about some of the funding that I am so thrilled to be able to say is happening in our district. So first of all, one of the first things I did as a council member in January was meet with First Deputy Mayor Lorraine Grillo, who I've worked with for literally 20 years, to push for funding for PS 290. As a result of those meetings, was able to get $4 million allocated by the mayor. My office put in $1.5 million, Assemblymember Seawright put in $1 million, and we now are doing a play space roof on top of PS 290, which is one of the few remaining schools in New York City that has no gym or play space. So this is an enormous win for our community, and I'm just, as you can probably tell, ecstatic about it. I'm also thrilled to be able to announce that we were able to get funding for the comfort station at Rupert Park. So this was the last remaining piece for the Rupert renovation. So this is funding that came both from myself and from Speaker Adams. It's $4 million to do that. We also are doing door and window upgrades at Nitsch's Isaac Center. So they are doing such tremendous work. And so I partnered with the borough president on that. Doing pathway repavings at John Jay, at Carl Schurz. So this is obviously very important for the community. And I just want to note also that I'm funding a technological or infrastructure upgrade at every public school in our district. So if people have questions offline, please let me know. Happy to talk about that as well. I also just want to highlight a couple of very important key wins overall in the budget that I know are important to CB8. Sanitation has been such an enormous issue that people contact our office about every day. So in the budget, $22 million for litter basket service, $9.2 million to enhance school organics collection, $3.5 million to support organic drop-off. So those are a few highlights of that I wanted to mention. On education and youth services, $277 million for Summer Rising. This is going to serve over 110,000 students in grades K through 8. So that's important. It's up 10% from last year. And the city's also expanding summer youth employment to 100,000 slots. So an additional $80 million. So this is very important. There were enormous wins on affordable housing. I'm not going to go into all of them, but just want to highlight expanding city FEPS to fully fund and increase the rental voucher rate to match Section 8 to $237 million. So I know the majority leader will talk a little bit more about some of the wins, so I'll leave that to him. But lastly, I just want to mention legislatively, about a week ago, I introduced a package of 5 bills to finally implement universal childcare in New York City. My bills have a hearing on the 29th. I hope that you will come out and testify. This is an enormously important issue to get our city to universal childcare, because it's unconscionable that so many parents, and particularly women, are being pushed out of the workforce because the city of New York is not fully implementing universal childcare. So I'm going to end on that note, and thank you so much for allowing me the chance to give a brief report.
Thank you. Let's go to Congresswoman Maloney, please. If she would like to give a report.
Sorry, she put the call down. Okay.
Well, I was prepared to stay till the end, and rarely do I have an evening that I'm not working. I'm in Washington right now, and I'm seeing all of my great friends, Jane Parshall, and of course, Senator Krueger and Assemblymember Rebecca Seawright that worked so hard for us. I just wanted to say that on the community level, we are having a hearing on Roosevelt Island on Saturday at 10 o'clock, looking at the possibility of putting a permanent health center on the island. I believe you have several appointees to the community board from the island, if I'm not wrong.
That's right.
And one of the problems is that the one doctor that they have has retired. So they have no medical facilities there. And some of them approached me because I have gotten really mobile units to go into Queensbridge development and Astoria houses in the Queens area that I represent. And they were interested in getting a facility on Roosevelt Island. So that hearing will be taking place. I believe I could put the pieces together to make that happen if the community wants it. So that is moving forward. We are still, I don't have my notes in front of me, but we were working hard on getting more monies for the Esplanade. That has been a project of the community board and a project of all of the elected officials and a special passion of mine. We live on the water. It used to be a disgrace, and we're slowly beautifying it all the way up the east side and have plans to go all the way up to 125th Street. The Second Avenue subway is completed. I'm proud that it is the only subway that has been built since I've been in office, not in New York City, not New York State, but in the entire country. And we have gotten roughly commitments for roughly 300 million to go up to 125th Street, which would be the next phase. This would greatly improve the quality of life of the residents, and the economic development, as we've seen on the east side, goes with it. So that is a new improvement. I also want to compliment the commitment of Governor Hochul to the Second Avenue subway, and also what has been called in the past the East Side Connector, which will be coming in from LIRR, coming into Grand Central and Penn Central. I toured the site of the subway. It will be completed next year, and it comes with it massive infrastructure improvements into Grand Central and Penn Central. This will be a massive improvement for our citizens to be able to use that subway. We are working very hard on gun violence. I chaired probably the most emotional hearing that I've ever been to last week with survivors from Buffalo and from Uvalde, Texas. They talked about, one talked about her son who was shot in Buffalo but survived. Another doctor talked about 5 of his patients were killed. They were so pulverized by the AR-15, he could not even recognize them. He had to put them together through DNA. You couldn't, these AR-15s need to be banned. They're like a machine gun. They're not even a machine gun. They're like a bomb, really. They just splatter everything everywhere. And I am putting in, we've got a bill in to ban them. The NRA always goes crazy on it and says we're taking the Second Amendment away from them. So I'm taking a different approach. I'm defining them as a weapon of war. That's how we got limited and regulated dynamite. That's how we regulated bombs generally. And maybe this approach would be one that we could get through without the fight over the Second Amendment, having defined it in that way. We are having a press conference this weekend with the UFT and others on the violence in schools. Since 2009 and 2018, there have been over 22 people, 225 mass shootings in schools. This is just out of control. We stand alone with this type of violence. Other countries don't have it. They're way behind us. I think Japan had something like 5 gun shots or deaths. We have over 40,000 in the year 2018, which was the last time we kept notes on it. We in Congress are keeping our eye on the ball. We do have a gun violence bill. It's not as strong as it should be. It's not as strong as it should be. It should ban assault weapons, but it did include a bill that I wrote that makes trafficking in illegal guns a felony. Right now, it's a misdemeanor. And so law enforcement tells me they don't even bother to do it because even if you convict someone, it's a slap on the hand. So that bill and also increasing the penalties for straw weapons when weapons that are bought for people illegally. We've had terrible cases in New York State where people have bought guns for people who just got out of prison. They weren't eligible for it. If we increase the penalty, maybe they'll be more careful about it. I'm having a hearing in mid-July on gun manufacturers, going after how much money they're making, why they can't make them so they can't be transformed very easily into machine guns, and really going after the manufacturers. But this is something that we know what to do. We just need the political will to do that. So that's one of the things that we need to do. As chair of the Oversight Committee, I'm also having a hearing on the NFL next week. They have been attacked numerous times for their treatment of women. They filmed them without them knowing, and then in the bathrooms, and then sent the films out to their friends. We're putting a bill in that would prohibit that in the future and have tough penalties on it. And they have non-disclosure forms. So when anyone works for them, they sign these non-disclosure forms, and then no one can bring any action against them. So we're doing a carve out for sexual violence and harassment to protect women in that area. So we're working on that. And we passed a wilderness bill today, and we're moving forward with many, many other things. And I just want to say that Ms. Walsh, I certainly will do a resolution for you. I didn't realize, Elaine, that you were also retiring. So I will certainly do a congressional resolution tribute to you for all of the incredible work that you have given so many, many of us. I just want to hear what your questions are and what you're working on, and see if there's anything I can do on the federal level. I'm just a phone call away for your personal challenges, whether it's Social Security access or broader bills that you'd like to see happen. I have over $10 billion coming into New York City for infrastructure, and I'm very, very pleased as a former educator that the funding went through my committee for the MTA and everything else with the American Rescue Plan. But in particular, we got something like 5.8 billion for education, which was slanted for Title I schools, which are the most needy schools. And also a dream of mine when I went to Congress was to expand education to 4K and 3K. This bill has total funding to expand 4K and 3K to every child in our district and throughout the city. If you're not getting a seat, it's because the schools are full, and then we as a community need to work to find alternative sites to get the sites for the education to happen. So I'm thrilled that that has happened and that is moving forward. I also have a new grandson. His name is Leo. He's precious. So that makes me even more concerned about education in the future. I certainly supported Russell Squire's effort to respond to the community. Not only was a large residential building, but I think it's Park East Synagogue and some people, other organizations that lobby for transit and availability for the disabled to have the site built on the 68th Street corner. Maybe Russell will want to go more into that, but I'm supporting his efforts there. And of course, the Grays. We got to keep the Grays operating on the East Side. It's like an East Side institution. I know so many outstanding men that tell me they began their public service and awareness by being a member of the Grays. And I can't understand why they can't find enough room for them to have a space in the Armory. That's the purpose of the Armory. That's where they've operated for 100 years. So I am supporting Mr. Minigan and others and I think Mr. Squire also, in our efforts to persuade the governor to make sure that a room can be found for them in the state finance facility. So I just want to say it's been a great honor to serve you, to work for you, and I look forward to hearing your answers. I invite Rebecca Seawright and Liz Krueger to join me and Keith Power, if he's on at the hearing on Roosevelt Island. I think we have an opportunity to bring a major improvement to the community. And with COVID, it's very important. I see a hand is up, so I think I'd better, as we say in Congress, yield back and take your questions. So good to see your faces. I see so many old, wonderful friends, but whether this is our first engagement or one that we built on for years, I think Jane Parshall was one of my first friends in government. I thank her so much for everything she's done in so many ways. And I'm so grateful to see you. And Russell, I think you're doing a great job as chair. You really have done a fabulous job. I think Ms. Rutter had her hand up.
I think we're going to move to the next report. We generally don't do questions here. So thank you very, very much. And we will move to the next elected official report.
I think everybody's got to remember to vote June 23rd. I'm not on the ballot, so I'm not saying anything.
Well, all right, but I think we have to, thank you very much. I appreciate that. We have to move on. We can't do any, thank you. So let's go next to Councilmember Keith Powers.
Thank you. And thank you, Congressmember. Thank you for everything you're doing. And thanks, Russell, for giving me a few minutes. I'll just pick up from where Councilmember Menon picked off on the budget, which, as she noted, we passed late Monday night and has lots of great stuff inside of it. Councilmember Menon mentioned some of the school improvements that are coming as a result of the new budget. I wanted to mention a few more that we both split, and schools that we split, but also schools I was able to fund as well. We're going to be getting a new rooftop garden at PS 59, which is many people know is just at the sort of border of the CB8, CB6 border, but have we been putting in money every year to try to let them build a big, great rooftop garden. We finally got almost just under $1 million to help complete it. So this year we will have that fully funded. It's going to be really, really exciting. I know folks here who are sending their kids there or have sent their kids there. So that's really exciting news. We were able to get fund a new auditorium and gymnasium for Wagner, which is obviously one of the great schools in our district and desperately needed that upgrade as well. We funded a lot of work at both Hunter College and the Hunter campus schools to do beautification and much more. So we're going to see new tree plantings outside there. We're going to get a new playground. We're going to do much more. So there's a lot of different improvements in there for the schools, the parks, the libraries. We have a lot of local library funding, but I was really instrumental and fighting to get our cultural institutions on the Upper East Side and our libraries a lot more funding. And we got, this year alone, we got them combined about $100 million new of funding, which will help them both do infrastructure improvements, but also for the culturals particularly. They are, as you might imagine, really, really still going through a recovery period as people have not returned yet fully to New York City from abroad. So we really wanted to make sure we showed our cultural institutions a lot of help in this budget, and we really, really were able to deliver for them. We, as I mentioned, have a big improvement around sanitation. We're going to be going to 6 days a week, 2 pickups per day. Plus, we have a new pilot program for clear curbs, which is containerized trash. We're starting that in my district and Times Square. We're going to hopefully expand that out. We're doing rat mitigation and much more. So there's a lot of new funding in there to just do the sort of basics here of keeping our neighborhood clean. And I'm really excited about getting those programs out and running. And we'll send you any other details. We did an email, but we're happy to forward it to the board members if you want to see the whole picture of the budget here. But it also puts us on a path to recovery by making sure we put a lot of money aside, because we are living in still turbulent times. So we're putting a lot of money into rainy day fund to make sure we can fund all those programs in the future if we have less revenue than usual. So a couple other things, we've been working a lot on the small business recovery and storefront recovery in particular. I introduced a bill with Councilmember Manning, who's a small business chair, and Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine just about 2 weeks ago, which is about this thing. You've heard these words a lot, the commercial rent tax. It is, you guys are the border of where this starts. It starts in my district too, 96th Street in Manhattan. Just by being located south of there, you pay an extra tax if you're a small business storefront in our district. We're aiming for the next 3 years to put a pause on that, so that if you are a storefront who is looking to get if you're a new business trying to open, or you're an existing business trying to get people to return, to put some money back into your businesses. We also passed a bill 2 nights ago that I introduced with the mayor that is actually aimed at helping our restaurants and our bars, who, by the way, are very still much struggling. If you talk to the restaurant owners, I was with a number last night, we were talking about they're still hard to find staff. They are hopefully, and we like this part of it, but really, even trying to aim to pay more, offer more to their employees to come and get people back into the restaurants to work there, but they need help with the revenue to do that. So we passed a bill just 2 nights ago that actually will suspend a tax that we charge on liquor licenses that we don't even issue, the state issues them, but to put a pause on that for 1 year to help give them a little extra revenue. We did a commercial rent tax bill a few weeks ago. So we're really trying to put some money back in the hands of our storefront owners here and give them a path of recovery here. I'm also tomorrow going to be introducing a bill related to guns and gun violence with City Council member Sean Abreu. A bill is actually requires NYPD to give us information about where illegal guns are being tracking them and recovering them. We don't have a great system right now to publicly track where those guns are coming from. The NYPD does, but we don't, as elected officials or the public, know exactly where the hot spots for illegal guns are. We know a lot of them are coming in from, entry points from out of state, but we're going to actually do a reporting bill to make sure that we can start getting better data about that. And we'll be out there tomorrow talking about that bill. You'll see more on that. Otherwise, a lot going on, but I'll stop there out of respect for all your time and your evening. But I do want to say Pat Hill from my office is here, so he'll be able to provide any other information or updates or listen in as needed. And I want to say just lastly, welcome to all the new members. We're really grateful for you to decide to help serve your community. And if we can ever be assistance, please do let us know. So thanks, everyone.
All right, we'll go next to Assemblymember Rebecca Seawright. Thank you for that report.
Thank you, Russell. I wanted to just say Dan Court, Assemblyman Court, sends his regrets that he's unable to attend tonight, and the joint proclamation that I presented to Barry Schneider was on behalf of Dan, representing the 73rd district, and myself from the 76th district. I just returned from Yorkville Middle School's graduation, which was held at Wagner Middle School over on 76th Street. And it was very inspiring to speak to the students and to talk to them individually and hear about their struggles and what got them to this graduation today, because they lived through COVID and how it affected them. And so it was very inspiring to be at their graduation and to celebrate with them. This 2022 legislative session concluded with several notable victories for New York State. And as the Supreme Court seeks to overturn the critical protections for women across the country, we passed legislation to protect healthcare practitioners and patients involved in abortion care services. This week, I stood with the governor along with many of my colleagues and Senator Krueger, who was the author of some of those bills, as she signed 6 bills into law to strengthen choice in New York State. We enshrined fundamental voting rights for all with the passage of the John R. Lewis Voting Act, and we cannot take these rights for granted. Many people are confused at our storefront office. They're calling, they're coming in about now, what is the election coming up and what is the one in the fall? And so we want to remind people to educate your neighbors that voting is actually going on right now, and early in-person voting starts on Saturday. We are also in the legislative session proud to have passed an expanded speed camera program and strengthened our already laws against gun violence. It's been a joy to see many of you back in person at some of the great events that have been held. We held a shred-a-thon during the Roosevelt Island Fair Day on Saturday and a shred-a-thon at St. Catherine's Park on Sunday. I want to congratulate Alita and Community Board 8 for their wonderful art fair. We got there just in the nick of time. We had been over on the Esplanade at the ACOC Pavilion, where we had previously given grant money. I want to encourage all of you, if you'd like to participate in the march coming up for LGBT Pride Month, to please call our office and sign up. We have a big delegation that's volunteering to march this year. Last night, I was asked to conduct the band for the Big Apple LGBT Chorus at Museum Mile over on Fifth Avenue, and it was a wonderful festival. So I want to encourage all of you to get out, enjoy the weather, and participate. Our office received $1.5 million in capital funding, which will be allocated in $250,000 increments. So if you have suggestions you'd like to make, please contact our office. And have a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we will move into the public session, and for folks who have signed up to speak, and just a reminder that members of the public have 2 minutes each to speak, and we're very strict about the time limits. So, I'll acknowledge folks, and when I call your name, please raise your hand. And just also a reminder that, here in the community board, we don't get into political discussions or political subjects. So let me go to, I'll turn it over to Will, who will provide additional info that we need to give to folks, and then we'll start calling on members of the public who have signed up.
I think that you did everything there, but if you are trying to find the raise hand button, if your name is called during the public session, you can find it by going to the reactions icon at the bottom of your screen, or if you're using an older version of Zoom, by going to the participants section. And if you're calling in from the phone, which I don't think we have anybody, it's *6. So I'm going to share a clock up here that you all will see as Russell calls the names of the folks who've signed up to speak in the public session.
Rosalind Barber. Let's do Rosalind first.
Rosalind, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, yes, I'm Rosalind here from the public, joined with my colleague, Kate Madigan. I don't know if Kate is able to unmute, but I'll go ahead and start talking because our time is ticking away. I'm just here to let you know that the Delacorte renovation work continues. Thanks to all of your helpful feedback, we were able to present to the Landmarks Committee on January 25th and received approval on the design. We expect construction will begin in the fall of 2023 after our Shakespeare in the Park season, and we will reopen for programming again in the spring of 2023. And this summer, we look forward to hosting all of you at the Delacorte Theater with our productions of Richard III, which starts next week, and As You Like It, which begins in August. As per normal, you and anyone you know who's interested in getting tickets to Shakespeare in the Park can do so by visiting us at the Delacorte and waiting in line, going to our website for our digital lottery, or looking for opportunities where we distribute tickets at community centers, libraries, and other locations throughout the 5 boroughs. We'll continue to be in touch with you about our design as it progresses and the plans for our phasing of the design and the phasing of the work that will occur. We expect that the first phase of work, which as I mentioned will begin this fall, will be limited in scope and will have minimal impact to the park. The second phase of work will be more substantial, and we'll be working closely with the New York City Parks Department and CPC to determine the best way to undertake that renovation. We just thank you for all of your support and look forward to seeing you all at the park this summer.
Thank you very much. All right, we will go next to Ronald Scott. If you're here, please raise your hand.
Ronald, you can always chat us if you're having a hard time finding the raise hand feature, but I don't see Ronald here.
Okay, next we will go to, if we don't have Ronald, we'll go to, I think the name of the person is Haida. Apologize if I'm mispronouncing that.
Haida, again, if you are here, please raise your hand or chat me, but I do not see your name in the participant list.
Okay, let's go next then to Andrew Fine.
Go ahead, Andrew, you can unmute.
Hi, guys. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you to Barry and Elaine for their service. Thanks so much to Elaine, who's been a personal mentor to me. Love you, Elaine. I'm still disappointed that your service was not rewarded with a reappointment. And I wanted to mention the 68th Street subway elevator, which was a subject of protest this weekend. I'm in support of the current plan that the MTA has approved, funded, and has begun to build an elevator on the northeast corner of East 68th Street. The current chair held a rally this weekend on Sunday with residents from the Imperial House to move the elevator to the southeast corner.
We're not doing political stuff.
We're not doing local stuff?
We're not doing political things.
I'm doing a subway elevator entrance, which you opposed, and it was already, the southeast entrance was deemed infeasible for structural and engineering reasons, and that was presented to Community Board 8 on December 2nd of 2020, which really leaves the elephant in the room. And it was mentioned in an outspoken statement from one of your opponents, May Malik.
Okay, sorry. So mute. Sorry, we're not talking about the campaign.
Okay,
we're not talking about campaigns here.
I'm talking about whether or not a community board.
Yeah, no, but we're not doing campaigns. We're not talking about campaign stuff.
Should not.
No. We have to move on.
This is exactly what I'm worried about.
No, let's go next to Elizabeth Rose Daly, please.
I'm confused because I don't think I signed up.
Elizabeth Rose Daly, not Elizabeth Rose.
Hi, Elizabeth Rose. I know it gets confusing. Thank you very much, Russell. And my thanks to both Barry Schneider and to Elaine Walsh for their years of service. I also want to give say thank you and give a shout out to Community Board 8 and the Arts Committee for a very successful and enjoyable art show this past Saturday. I'm very glad I could come by and see it. I should also introduce myself. I'm Elizabeth Rose Daly, the Community Relations Manager for the Frick Collection. And this evening I want to talk to you about a new seasonal series of free public evenings that the Frick Collection is holding at our temporary home, Frick Madison. The series kicks off this Friday, June 17th, with a Pride Month celebration, which is inspired by our year-long project, Living Histories, Queer Views, and Old Masters. This event is going to include gallery talks, sketching, live music, and after-hours access to the museum and library reading room. And additionally, there will be a special panel discussion featuring writer and cultural critic Roxanne Gay, along with the 4 artists who participated in Living Histories. And if you can't come in person, the panel will also be live streamed with cart captioning. And if you can join us, ASL interpretation will be provided in person for the gallery talks and panel discussions. Admission is free, but time tickets are required. The event runs from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. this Friday, and you can always find more information on our website, which is www.frick.org. And Frick Madison is located on Madison Avenue and 75th Street. Is open Thursdays through Sundays from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And I hope that you will come visit us at Frick Madison. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And if there's any confusion, people are welcome to speak to issues of concern to the public, but we don't have references to particular campaigns and elections. We never do at the community board. That's our rule. Let's go next to Alita Camp, please.
Thank you, Russell. As a couple of people have already mentioned, and thank you for mentioning it, we had a successful art show over the weekend, and I'd like to thank everyone who contributed and provided services, the artists, the crafters, the musicians, the public, the volunteers, the board office, and to everyone who publicized the event, including elected officials and other entities. We even had food and ice cream. So we're having a tango lesson and practice on June 24th at Wagner Middle School. I hope you could all join us, and I hope certainly for the next art show and our subsequent dance performances. It is a great pleasure and a great honor to help provide art to public spaces. And I would like to join everyone in saying thank you to Barry and to Elaine and to the other departing members of the community board, in particular to those two for their long years of service and all their support through the years, and to me when I was chair. Thank you, Russell.
Thank you very much. Let's go next to David Menegot.
David, you can unmute.
Right.
Go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Thank you so much. I want to just give you an update on the Knickerbocker Grace. Karen Maloney had mentioned our situation earlier. I want to thank all the elected officials here who are on tonight. Everybody did a supporting letter to the governor and to the Conservancy and the community board for unanimous vote to not only let the cadets back into the Armory, but deny city and state funding if the Conservancy doesn't comply. I have some very bad news. It's been communicated to me quite directly that there's no room for negotiation, that it is a performing arts center. This is unfortunately the quote. It is a performing arts center now. It is no longer an armory, and it is not appropriate for children in uniforms to be marching in the building anymore. You need to find a home that is more conducive to your organization. And that's disappointing. We have military traditions, but we're not a military organization. Where it stands now, it is with the governor, and we're hoping to have DMNA, which is the Department of Military and Naval Affairs, actually look at the lease. Because they're not letting the cadets have access, they could be in violation of the public codes under Exhibit K, not letting us have access in the community. And clearly the community feels that we bring value, and it's a part of their mission to preserve and protect. So that's where it stands. It's very disappointing. They also let the families and cadets know on Memorial Day of all days, when the cadets traditionally go to the 7th Regiment Veterans event, which I go to every year for the past 20 years and often speak. And the cadets and parents were singled out and denied access on Memorial Day to the Memorial Day service because they were in uniform. So that's very unfortunate, but I think the community board needs to know the philosophy and the reasoning why the cadets cannot enter the building. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go next to Andrew Ravishere, please.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. It's always a pleasure to be here, and it's especially a pleasure after a really beautiful day outside. And I know we're all fearing the summer getting hotter, and it's going to be even hotter more and more as we are undergoing climate change. And here in the city, we feel the effects of climate change further because of the urban heat island, which is this phenomenon in which heat is trapped between buildings, and ground temperature in cities goes from 3 to 10 degrees hotter Fahrenheit than surrounding areas. And there's new data from the UN that one of the major factors of the urban heat island is the height of our building, not just that our buildings are close to each other, but that tall buildings are close to each other and absorb and store heat and reduce ventilation. There's new research over the past year that's really talking about the need not only for a 210-foot height cap, but also that there's an exponential increase in climate change pollution above the 10th floor. So for example, Fast Company compared New York City to Paris and said Paris, for example, with its mostly 5- and 6-story buildings, produces fewer overall emissions than both sprawling exurbs and skyscraper cities like Hong Kong. It's the Goldilocks zone of urban density and height. The Guardian recently came out with a study that said a typical skyscraper will have at least double the carbon footprint of a 10-story building of the same floor area. We need more housing. We need more construction. We need the short-term jobs and the long-term jobs. And often we're given a false choice of overdevelopment and any development. And what we really need is moderate development. We need to preserve our housing in the mid-block. We need to preserve mid-block zoning. We need to enact a 210-foot height cap on the avenues. We've already lost 14,000 plus apartments over the last 13 years. So building tall does not mean building affordable. And I'm looking for the board to provide a resolution to protect mid-block zoning, enact the 210 cap, and work together with other community boards to get this done. Thank you for letting me speak, and have a great meeting.
Thank you. Let's go next to Mubin Siddiqui, please. wait, you gotta unmute. Go ahead.
Hi, Russell. Thank you very much. As Russell said, my name is Mubin Siddiqui, and I'm a founding member of Muslim Volunteers for New York. We're a community service organization and have been stewards of Rupert Park on the Upper East Side since 2017. It's at the corner of 90th and 2nd. I want to echo many of the comments made here today to thank all the departing community board members, especially Barry, who has been an extraordinary mentor for us all these years, for their incredible service to the community board. And I just wanted to also share an event that we have coming up that we would love for everyone on this at this meeting to invite their friends and family to put it in their flyers and circulars. We will be hosting a free jazz band event on Wednesday, June 29th. It's in the evening, so everyone can come right after work or right after school. It's from 5 to 6:30 p.m. The band will perform for that entire duration. There'll be light refreshments for everyone. And we'd love for all of you to come out. We are, in partnership with all these organizations that want to support a lot of community engagement and free arts and music and performances for the city. So love to have you all come out there. If anyone has any questions, please let me know. And we will definitely send out the flyer and the information, Russell, to you and Felice and Judy and everyone involved so that you can hopefully share it with everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the public session. So we will move through the agenda and to the adoption of the agenda. So is there a motion to adopt the agenda? Someone can indicate that with a thumbs up. Yes, Rebecca, is there a second?
Michelle.
Again, can be done with a thumbs up. Yeah, great. Okay, anyone opposed to doing that? All right, and next let's go to adoption of the prior meetings minutes. So again, we can have a motion to that effect with a thumbs up. So I see Rebecca again doing it and Michelle seconds again. So anyone opposed to that?
Nope.
No, Elizabeth, I think, was seconding. So, all right. So thank you very much. All right. And let's go now to the reports, and we will start with the Borough President's report. If Mina's here. I see she is.
Sorry about that. Hi, good evening, everyone. So hi, Mina White, Community Liaison for Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine. First, I do also just want to add in the congratulations and thanks for all the former members of Community Board 8. Thank you for all of your decades of service and hard work to continue to just make this board and community as great as it is today. And we know that we will continue to have you stand beside us in the fight to ensure the betterment of our community. And I will also like to just welcome and congratulate our new members in that they will be being a part of the process of the community board and, fully engaging in their civic duties and civic rights. So welcome and congratulations. And I also do want to again congratulate Alita Camp, Arts Committee Chair, as well as the rest of the committee on a beautiful art showcase that the Borough President and I were able to attend at James Cagney Place. It was so good to meet everyone in person outside of this virtual sphere. And also the Borough President and I were also able to attend the Perscolas's first Manhattan location of their first Perscolas classroom happening at Stanley Isaac's houses in their community center. This was in partnership with Goddard Riverside, where Perscolas would be offering free tech skills training over a 12-week period. And after participants in the classroom will receive a certificate, and then will also have access to employer networks. And I also did want to give an update on the open meetings law. Yesterday, Governor Hochul did extend the emergency order through July 14th. So I know many people were, of course, worried as we are still trying to navigate these hybrid waters that we can continue to stay virtual until July 14th, unless the governor extends it further. Or of course, there is a state of emergency extended by Mayor Adams. Also, I did want to mention that earlier this week, our president did have a conversation on monkeypox with his government colleagues, Councilmember Eric Botcher, Councilmember Osei, as well as with Dr. Jay Varma, Dr. Wafa El Sadri of ICAP at Columbia University, as well as AIDS activist Mark Harrington. And that's available on his YouTube. And I will also put his newsletter so you all can get the alerts of his YouTube conversations. And as Councilmember Keith Powers mentioned, the Borough President is partnering with the council member on the 3-year suspension of commercial rent tax for businesses below 96th Street to support our small businesses who we know are still trying to get through the pandemic. And I also did want to mention that the Borough President is also planning to introduce legislation on how to mandate and improve indoor quality standards. As you know, we're seeing with COVID, we're seeing kind of spurts of increases in cases. And we just want to make sure that if we are improving indoor air quality, as folks are, unmasking, et cetera, we want to make sure that people are being as safe as possible so that we're not getting, large numbers of COVID cases. In addition, Borough President Mark Levine is also co-sponsoring legislation with Councilman Eric Botcher in regards to rats, who I know we are all tired of seeing, especially seeing this in
It's unmute, Mina, please.
Sorry, might be going on a little bit too long here, but I did want to just uplift the rats legislation with Councilmember Bosher and making sure that construction sites are employing pest management professionals so that we are tamping down and mitigating rats and rat sightings. And I also do want to highlight for SCREE and DREE recipients. So SCREE is the senior citizen rent increase exemption, and DREE is the disability rent increase exemption. It is a subsidy that the New York City Department of Finance offers to seniors and those who are disabled, a subsidy for their rent. And during the pandemic, they were not mandating the annual recertification documents because, of course, people were, in their homes and, didn't really have access to making sure that the Department of Finance can get their documents on time. But there is now a deadline to submit that paperwork, and that is June 30th. So if you know anyone who is eligible, one for SCREE or DREE, please let them know. And also if you know anyone who is a recipient, please let them know that they have until June 30th to submit their paperwork. My last few points that I did want to say is that we will be having our free store in our Uptown office. That the address for our Uptown office is 431 West 125th Street. That will be happening Wednesday, June 29th from 8:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. And you can drop off, any donations, whether it's gently used clothing, do ask for gently used clothing, or new items that perhaps you just never used. You can drop off on the day of. So again, that is Wednesday, June 15th. You can drop off from the hours of 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. And then our free store where, anyone can just come, get groceries, hand sanitizers, test kits, clothing, can just get it for free. So if you have anything that you'd like to donate, please, again, the date is Wednesday, June 29th. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, everyone. Pleasure to be here and report out. I know you're normally used to seeing the Borough President's face, so it's good to report to you all. So thanks again. I'll leave my information in the chat and the links to the information that I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it was nice to see him earlier too. All right, we actually heard reports directly from most of the elected officials, but if there's any, the other staffers for elected officials who have not already given reports, if you'd like to do your reports now, please raise your hand and we will go to Rebecca Grigas for your 2 minute. Go ahead.
Sure. Hi, I hope you're all doing well. As you all know, session ended a few weeks ago and concluded the assembly member's final session in his career. We posted a statement onto his Twitter account. I will be linking that in the chat for you all to read about his thoughts about this session and just thoughts about his past 11-year career. So we have that there. Recently, we did just nominate a few institutions in our district for money through the state and municipal facilities program. We nominated PS 198, Wagner Middle School. We nominated Yeshiva University, Yorkville Middle School, Hunter College, as well as added more money to the project we nominated for last year through the New York City Parks Department to aid in restructuring and revamping Rupert Park. So we hope that goes through before our exit at the end of this year. And of course, if there's any other thoughts or people need assistance with state unemployment or other state related things, we will be here to help you out. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go next to Terrell Brock, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Terrell Brock, and I'm a community liaison from State Senator Jose Serrano's office. The senator is sorry that he wasn't able to make it today. I would like to extend his thanks and best regards to Barry Schneider and Elaine Walsh for their great service. As session has come to a close, the senator and his colleagues have passed common sense gun legislation that will help protect New Yorkers, strengthen extreme risk protection orders to keep guns out of the hands of individuals who pose a threat to themselves and the public safety. Close loopholes to crack down on shooting threats made against schools, places of worship, businesses, and other public buildings. It is the senator's hope that these common sense pieces of legislation will provide additional protection and safety for vulnerable New Yorkers. The senator has sponsored multiple bills that have passed the New York State Senate. Some pieces of legislation include bills that require cultural awareness and competence training for medical professionals. Direct the Commissioner of Education to require public schools to report on compliance with art education instruction requirements. Requires development of criteria and guidelines for state-designed arts and culture districts, and specified legislation related to the chief operating officer of the Roosevelt Island Operating Corporation. Also, new district maps have been drawn in New York State. These new changes will take effect on January 1st, 2023. Information about how New York district maps have changed and to see if your voting address has been moved to a new district can be found at newyork.redistrictingnu.org. And as always, if you need any assistance, or PPE, or would like to reach out to us, please feel free to contact us at 212-828-5829 or at serrano@nyssenate.gov. Stay safe and be well.
Thank you. Let's go next to Kevin Jean-Baptiste from the District Attorney's Office.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Kevin Jean-Baptiste from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. I just have two really quick announcements. One of them being a recent release that came out from our office of DA Bragg revamping our Special Victims Bureau, which is now an entire division. I apologize for the background noise. And so we're really changing how we deal with special victims, and that includes victims of domestic violence, seniors, children, and other special populations. And having a former top prosecutor at the Nassau County DA's office, who also worked in the Bronx and Queens in their family justice centers, and heading that division, we're really revamping how we handle special victim cases that come to the office. The second announcement, and by the way, there's more information on that as well on our website, manhattanda.org. The second announcement is the DA has announced, the DA's office in partnership with CUNY ISLG has announced $20,000 grants to fund gun violence prevention work for community-based organizations for the summer. This is just one of our ways of helping to reduce gun violence throughout the summer. And so we have a request for proposal, which the deadline is on Monday, June 27th. I'm sorry about that. The deadline is on Monday, June 27th. We're encouraging people to please apply for these proposals. It's $20,000 grants, and at least 75% of the award must be used to provide stipends to the participants. So again, we have more information on our website, manhattan8.org, should you need more information on these initiatives. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, next we will do my report followed by Will's report before we get into the discussion of temporary hybrid meetings. So I just want to echo what some others have said regarding the art show and thank everybody for a very successful event. I want to thank the members of the community who came out. I want to thank all of the artists who participated and made the show possible. I want to thank the fantastic musical performances that we had, the Talent Unlimited musical theater majors, the musicians of Broadway String Quartet, and the Mike Fon Trio of jazz musicians. So thank you all for being there. And this art show would not have happened without the hard work of the Arts Committee members who organized the event. So I want to thank Gail Barron and Rita Popper and Peggy Price and Committee Chair Alita Camp for all of their hard work in organizing it. And also thank our staff, Will, Saida, and Zachary, staff members who worked on the art show as well. So thank you all. And everybody, I hope, will join us for the next art event that we are putting on, which is the Tango into Summer event on June 24th. It is a free tango lesson for folks to come out. It's going to be at Wagner Middle School, 76th Street between 2nd and 3rd Avenues that evening of the 24th. And I think we can put more info in the chat. I also want to thank the Friends of the East River Esplanade for a great Summer Saturday event on Saturday. And as you all heard, the suspension of the open meetings law has been extended to July 14th. So just want to note that for everybody. And with that, I will turn it over to Will for his report.
Thank you. And again, congratulations to the Arts Committee for a fantastic show. I saw lots of great photos and I know that the community really loved it. So to the board members, you've received a couple of emails from me about committee assignments. Please check that email. And if you haven't received it, please reach out to me. We want to make sure that everybody is in the correct committees. And if you're chairing a committee, that you've reviewed your roster and that it looks accurate. I want to give a shout out to Will Sanchez and the Communications Committee. They have unearthed archived footage of old CB8 Speaks episodes, and those are now on our website. I'll put the link to that in the chat, but you should check these out. They include a really fantastic video of Jane Parshall from a few years ago, and then there's also a new episode of Jane that is also now on our website as well that everyone should check out. There will be a land use hearing next month for a location that, for 337 East 64th Street for the Browning School. I'll put information for that in the chat. And then I just want to remind all board members that if you are stepping away from the computer for any given period of time, use the coffee cup emoji so that we know that you're not voting or not to count you on a vote. And if you're stepping away for good for the meeting, please chat me so that we can mark you off of the vote sheet. So with that, I'll give it back over to Russell.
Thank you. So let's now go to the discussion of temporary hybrid meetings for Community Board 8. And I sent an email to board members that laid out this issue in some detail, but I just want to briefly explain this for members of the public who are joining us. So ever since COVID began, the open meetings law has been suspended. And ordinarily, the open meetings law requires all of Community Board 8's meetings to be in public, in person. And with the suspension of the open meetings law pursuant to the state of emergency declaration regarding COVID, we've been permitted to meet on Zoom, which is what we're currently doing and have been doing ever since. That suspension is temporary. It is set to expire now on July 14th. And so once that expires, we will be subject to the open meetings law again. Now, the open meetings law has been amended recently by the state government to enable community boards to engage in hybrid meetings subject to certain conditions and requirements. There would still need to be an in-person quorum. People who are attending remotely would have to have a substantial reason for doing so. But ultimately, community boards are now permitted, consistent with the open meetings law, to engage in hybrid meetings if they authorize themselves to do so. So at this stage, Community Board 8 has not done that. I think the question of whether we want to do that on a permanent basis is one that is going to require a great deal of discussion. I know that many members have different views on this, and that is a subject that is going to be discussed in a committee meeting in the future. What we are looking at tonight is merely the question of whether we want to enable ourselves to engage in hybrid meetings on a temporary basis while COVID still poses obstacles to our meeting in person, but in the event that the open meetings law suspension expires and is not extended, because I think there are still a number of obstacles to meeting, people's health concerns, and also, frankly, the concerns that many venues have, and the difficulty of securing space that would be sufficient for the kinds of meetings that we have typically done in the past when we've been meeting in person. So, the sort of simpler thing to do, I think, probably still for the next few months would be to stay on Zoom. But if we're not permitted to do that, the idea is here to discuss whether we want to allow ourselves to engage in a hybrid meeting to give ourselves some flexibility. And the item on the agenda is a question of whether to allow ourselves to do that through September. So that's the proposal. I'd also circulated the hybrid meeting authorization that the Manhattan Borough Board authorized for itself to engage in hybrid meetings. So that's an example. So, if folks have, if board members want to discuss this, want to offer a resolution about this, please go ahead. And we can talk about the subject of whether we want to do these hybrid meetings again on a temporary basis. So I see Barbara has her hand up.
If we decide to have it temporary, and I would like to discuss what the circumstances would be for temporary, I hope we wait a while before deciding whether we want it permanently. I will say the few times at a political meeting and so on that I've seen it hybrid, it hasn't worked out. And that was like 15 people in the audience and 20 people maybe on. I mean, we're going to talk about hundreds of people back and forth with it. And I would hope that we give it ample time to see if in fact it's working, if we do decide to do a temporary.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, it may be beneficial ultimately to have had a dry run and to decide sort of one way or another in discussing the permanent, whether we do it permanently, sort of what we thought about doing it on a temporary basis.
If we do it temporary, maybe we could say we would give it, a limited run and then assess it again, because we may find it difficult, both on Will and everything else.
Yeah, in order for it to be temporary, I mean, I think we would have to build in a time limit into the resolution, or, should we choose to pass one. Let me just read to everybody from the Borough Board version of the resolution what the requirements are for somebody to participate remotely. It says board members are expected to participate in person unless they are experiencing extraordinary circumstances such as disability, illness, caregiving responsibilities, or any other significant or unexpected factor which precludes the member's physical presence at such meetings. So, there is a requirement that you have one of those types of reasons, and it's not an exhaustive list of the kinds of things that would qualify. And I think it was intended to be worded fairly broadly, but that just gives everybody an idea of, what the Borough Board did. So let's go next to Judy Schneider.
Well, I wanted to put a motion on the floor, which would allow additional discussion, which was the motion that you sent us from the Borough Board. I'd like to put that on the floor with one change to the third whereas to put in members present at land use and full board meetings. And the other change I'd like to add is maybe another whereas for 3 months, which would, or whatever period of time the board wants, which would then give our committee time to discuss this issue in full, all the members to participate, if in fact they want to continue longer than 3 months with this resolution. We could pass another one at that point.
Yeah, so we've got seconds to that. And I take it I think the time limitation would be in the resolve clause.
Okay, I didn't know where it belonged.
But I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
I think
okay.
to make it operative. And did you have more to say on the resolution? or-
No, just
Okay.
the third one. I think that we're referring to the land use and the full board meetings, because I believe you said the committee meetings for the next 3 months could be via Zoom.
Yes, so I think, well, in general, I mean, I think we would want to just adapt all of the wording of the borough board to be suitable for community board 8.
Okay.
All right, let's go next to Elizabeth Rose.
Thank you. I just had a question about, I mean, the fundamental structure here is really saying community board members must be in person. The public have the option to be either in person or remote. And I want to understand sort of, is that structure effectively that board members, all board members must be in person to be counted as quorum? Is that something that is, I mean, who has defined this as the current standard? And how much flexibility do we potentially have to choose to do something different?
Yeah, so that aspect of it is part of state law. So the changes to state law, the open meetings law, to allow for hybrid meetings were somewhat limited. So the conditions that have to be included, even if we want to move to hybrid meetings, are that we still have to have this in-person quorum. It's that we can't have completely permissive remote attendance by board members, that there has to be some reason, even if we sort of define the reason somewhat broadly. And also that board members have to be, who are participating remotely, have to be on camera at all times. And the idea is to sort of approximate, being at an in-person meeting. Now, that's not to say that if you're remote, you couldn't get up to use the restroom the same way that you would if you were sitting in an in-person board meeting, something like that. But those are the rules. So that's what we're limited to. Sure.
Yeah, and I think doing this on a temporary basis and giving us a trial run is actually really potentially valuable.
All right, next let's go to Felice Farber.
Thanks. I would just like to say that I think that I would like to approve moving forward with the ability to do hybrid meetings within the parameters set forth in the legislation. I think having the hybrid meetings really provides increased opportunities for the public to participate. And I would want to make sure to encourage full and robust public participation. I think even for presentations, sometimes it's easier for agencies and others who are presenting to attend remotely. I think it provides much more flexibility. And so I'd like to encourage that when we do move forward with hybrid meetings, that we can really maximize public participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Lindsay.
Hi, I am playing a little bit of catch up as a new member, and I think I understand what you've said from the emails and what I've heard tonight. But when we talk about like caregiving for people who have school age or young children, is that ongoing caregiving, or is this something that's like, there's a sickness and so they have to be caregiving? And like, what is the language around that? That's my first question. And then my second question is Is it possible to conceive of some set of community board meetings that exist solely on Zoom, like the ones where perhaps we're talking about an issue versus having any binding like votes? Or is that something that's like barred by state law moving forward?
So strictly speaking, the open meetings law applies to every meeting of Community Board 8, not just full board meetings and land use meetings, but also committee meetings. Now, to the point that you just made, Lindsay, I think it is more important for us to make sure we are sticking rigidly to the letter of the law when it comes to our full board and land use meetings that are ultimately producing what become the operative versions of the resolutions. And as I mentioned in the email that I sent, I think we have some more flexibility when it comes to committee meetings, and my plan is for us to continue to have committee meetings on Zoom. And so the thinking is that even if a Zoom meeting might be said not to strictly comply with the open meetings law, ultimately any resolution is going to result in something that the full board has to pass. And as long as what the full board passes is compliant, then we will have we'll have resolutions that are that are going to count and not subject to challenge. So in terms of your question about caregiving, I think it in the example of the Borough Board resolution, it just says caregiving. It doesn't sort of specify beyond that. I mean, my personal view is that would include folks who have childcare responsibilities, and that would be frankly my preference to interpret it that way. But we can sort of word it any way we want if we want to add specifics or not, and it's up to us what sort of resolution we want to pass. But I think that the Borough Board version of it, which I guess is the one that's sort of on the table, more or less, my view is that it encompasses that.
Okay,
subject
great, thank
to guidance from the borough president, that's not the case. But I mean, I think basically if what we try to do is word it as broadly as we can, if we later find out that what we've done is sort of broader than what's allowed, we'll just have to sort of adapt to that. But if the goal is to try and do it broadly, let's just write it as broadly as we want to and handle it that way.
Russell, did you mention that they will, if you do participate virtually, you'll have to in the minutes be remarked as why you participated remotely?
Oh, that's a good, that's a good point. No, I did not mention that. So that's a helpful addition to note.
So you don't want to be overly specific for lots of good reasons there if you're going to be putting it into the minutes, I would say.
All right, let's go to Michelle.
Thank you. So let me understand something. You're talking about literally the months from July through September?
Yeah.
As the months to try to have a hybrid meeting, when typically we don't even have a full board meeting in August?
So we wouldn't have to do it in August. Basically, it would be it would really only kick in if the suspension of the open meetings law doesn't get extended. So this is actually moot if the open meetings law gets suspended beyond July 14th, because in that case, we would just continue to meet on Zoom anyway. The issue is we don't know, and because the extensions have come so soon before the expiration of the suspension, we don't know now whether it's going to be extended or not, and we won't know until much closer to July 14th. And so the idea is let's act now to essentially be prepared in the event that the open meetings law suspension lapses, and that way we'll be able to do what it is that we need to do. The other thing regarding August is, I mean, we typically don't do it, but it's not outside the realm of possibility that we would have to call a meeting in August for something. I mean, it's a theoretical possibility, even though we don't currently plan to have a full board meeting in August. So, but anyway, so that's the idea. So, right, unless, I mean, if we're able to stay on Zoom, then that's what we're going to do. If we can't, then we'll, this will let us at least have a little more flexibility and something closer to Zoom.
But basically, and then I'll go to my comments on it, but I just want to understand, but basically what we're talking about, we're going to take that September date as a given at the moment, because that's the date we have. And if that's the date we are working with, then in essence tonight, we're just voting on trying out a hybrid in the months of August and September. I mean, for the purposes of this discussion and for the dates we currently have. If the Zoom meetings are extended past September, then whatever we decide may kick in and be continued down the road. But for the moment, what I'm hearing is we're talking with the current dates that we have, we're talking about a couple of months.
Technically
Right, so
speaking,
I'll just note.
I was just say,
Yeah.
technically speaking, the full board meeting for July happens after the current
Deadline.
suspension deadline. So
Right.
so it's
we're
an
talking
eventuality in case.
Right, so we're talking about September primarily and maybe August if we have a full board meeting. So,
But also July. No. Also
in
July. This is
that's what I
Will's
was
point.
saying. The
It would
July
also
full board
apply for the-
meeting
will be after July 14th.
oh, okay, and the July landmarks meeting will not. I mean, the land use meeting will not.
Correct. And
Okay.
the other,
Right. So we understand that that's for the moment, just for a couple of months. And in a broader sense, though, I want to understand that if the board members have to be present in order to have a quorum, and you have to have an excuse, as is listed in those categories that you spoke about for not being there, then the hybrid is offering access to the public. Now, are we offering access to the public for active participation? Because if we are, we have to take a lot of other things into consideration. We have recognized during these meetings that we've been having these past couple of years that the technical issues of Zoom, the muting and unmuting, the calling on people, there are issues with communications, with the technology, with a whole host of things, serves to slow down the meetings considerably, which makes our usual, even our very longest meetings, can be 10, 11 o'clock, but we've had them go past midnight when necessary, when you're working in this kind of with the technology. And if the purpose is for them just to be able to see the meeting, well, it is on YouTube. It is broadcast live. You can see it after the fact, or you can see it live while it's happening. I think we have to take into consideration the technology involved here and what it's going to do to the schedules of those people who are actually in attendance, and also with the rules and regulations of the sites that we have access to. Many of them, if not most of them, we've got to be out by 9 o'clock. Some of them even earlier. And for the couple that let us stay later, they're few and far between, and it's been more and more difficult to get locations. So I think before we say, yeah, we want it to be interactive and everybody can participate and blah, 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 I think there are real considerations that have to be understood. And in terms of, not everything is always for convenience. I mean, very often it has to be not just for the convenience of a participant, but for the convenience of the institution. And I think we have to take that under consideration when we're thinking about all this. And also, I would just like to ask, could you read that the borough president's resolution prior to our voting on it tonight, assuming we are going to vote on it if somebody calls the question.
I'm not going to read the entire resolution because it's actually pretty long, but we put a link in the chat.
Whereases?
Yeah, the whereases are too, I wouldn't read all the whereases. I mean, I'm happy to read, and the resolve clause is pretty straightforward. It just says Manhattan Borough Board will move to hold hybrid meetings consistent with the rules and regulations outlined by the open meetings law. So, but yeah, it is, we posted it in the chat. I did send it around so you have it, but I just don't think we have time to read the whole thing. The other thing is I'll just say, I mean, look, it's impossible to discuss this question without getting into the sort of merits at some level of whether people like hybrid meetings or not. But I do want to just sort of try and narrow our focus as much as possible on the question of whether to do this temporarily or not, in the short term as essentially a substitute for Zoom during a period where we most likely would have otherwise met on Zoom, to the extent that we're permitted to do that. So I think it's a question of whether to use this as a sort of temporary alternative, and not, the sort of broader question of, in the long run, whether it's something that we want to do, because again, I think that's just a much more involved discussion that we're going to want to have in a committee meeting rather than tonight. So go ahead, Craig.
Thank you, Russell. I want to put forward a friendly amendment if Judy will accept it. And that would be, instead of just saying 3 months, that we would say 3 months beginning the first month following the expiration of the New York State emergency order, since that will clarify as to when this would actually kick in. I think that would be helpful. I also just want to add, I agree that the wording here, the vagueness is in terms of talking about caregiving, I think is good, because I think we shouldn't be making any decisions based on the type of caregiving, because whether it be for school age children, or whether it be for elder care or any other type of caregiving, I think they all are valid reasons and should be equally accepted for hybrid meetings, which I am a very strong supporter of. And then the only other question that I had, and I'm not sure that we can do anything about it because I don't know that this is within the confines of what the state law says, but I would like to see just something regarding weather emergencies. And I don't know if that's technically covered there, and that would obviously affect everyone beyond just perhaps a small segment of the board. But we've certainly seen instances where weather can affect everyone's ability to attend, and we've had to cancel meetings in the past, or even days where the weather may not be bad for everyone, but some people that are more vulnerable to falls or may find it more difficult to get around during inclement weather of any type, that we provide accommodations for them as well. I think that's a very important piece that I would personally like to see as an acceptable reason for not attending. It has to be a valid concerns, not just it was drizzling out, but if it's the slightest bit icy, or there's a threat of ice or snow or inclement weather, or we had a transportation committee meeting during Ida, and I'm very grateful that we were able to hold that meeting and that we were all home before the floods came in, or else we would have had major problems. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
So is that a request for a friendly amendment? Yeah, I mean, I think that's a question.
I accept Craig's first part, and Russell, that goes in the resolve, the time limit, which you didn't mention before. And I also accept his amendment of putting in the whereases, inclement weather.
Okay.
Severe inclement weather. I don't know however you want to word it.
Okay. All right, let's go next to Billy. You're unmuted.
Billy, we couldn't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'd like to call the question.
Is there a second? Yes, we have some seconds. Okay. Anyone who's opposed to calling the question?
I'm going to lower hands so that if you are opposed, you can, or I guess if you are opposed, leave your hand up.
Okay, so it looks to me like we have more votes in favor of calling the question than we do opposition to calling the question. So let's go to the secretaries to do the vote.
Yeah, Russell, Cause has a point of information.
Go ahead.
There's mention of a quorum. A vote is not valid unless there's a quorum present. is this going to be quorum, two quorums, one for the meeting and one for the final vote?
Are you talking about in the hybrid meetings or?
Yeah, in the hybrid meetings.
It's the same. I mean, well, it's the same rules that apply to quorum. Go ahead, Rebecca.
So you've got two.
The quorum is only valid if we have a quorum at the in-person meeting.
Yes.
So
But that's not
if
his
you're
question.
Virtual, you get to vote, but you are not counted for the quorum. So if we don't have 26 out of 50 in person,
But
we
in order,
can't
yeah.
vote on it.
And in order, right, but in order for a vote to be valid, the quorum has to be present at the time of the vote as well, not just at the time of the meeting. So if you lose quorum in the course of the meeting, you would not have quorum for the vote. So I think the answer to your question is you need to have a majority of board members present in person, not only at the start of the meeting, but also at the time of any votes that are going on.
But what
Does that
about
answer the
if
question?
what about if there's no quorum, in-person quorum, but there is 27 or 30?
Nothing can happen.
Then there's no quorum. Then the answer is that there is no quorum.
So we've got the possibility of many times of not voting.
But that's theoretically a possibility anytime that you might not have quorum.
Could there
So
be?
let's move to the. We
Okay,
can't. I mean, we're limited on. I mean, that the rules about what we're allowed to count as a quorum is built into the open meetings law. So we're only, you have to have in-person quorum. That's part of what the changes were that they made to state law.
I'm sorry, Barbara has also said she has a point of information, and so has Ed. So
okay, go ahead, Barbara.
Does that mean we go home? So those of us that go to a meeting and there's only 24 of us, we go home, or we just listen to the elected officials?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. We would I don't want to do any sort of arguing, but the answer to your question or sort of discussion, the answer to your question is we would do what we would do in any other situation in which we lost quorum. So if we had an in-person meeting where so many people left during the meeting that we no longer had quorum, whatever we would do under those circumstances, we would do. I mean, I don't, frankly, maybe we would stick around to sort of hear what people had to say and just sort of have an informal discussion. Maybe we would just sort of, everybody leave and go home, but it's the same problem in the same sort of situation.
Well, then I would ask another question. Are these extreme? So when you talk about child care, is it somebody that has a child and doesn't ever want to get a babysitter and can stay home all the time? Or is it just some extreme? Like the word extreme should be part of the reasoning.
Well, at this point, I mean, now you're talking about an amendment. I mean, the wording is the wording. It says what it says. And so that's the, the wording is what's in there. It just refers to caregiving.
Because there's more chance that people will stay home than there was in a regular meeting.
All right, but now we got to limit it to, because we're voting now, so we can't do any more commentary. We just have to move on unless there's questions still about what we're voting on. So let's go to Ed for his point of information.
Yeah, thanks, Russell. Really quickly, I'm probably going to abstain just because, again, apologies to the members. I'm up in Massachusetts, but I just had a quick question. Can you just read the resolution for me so I know what, with the amendments and everything? Apologies to everyone for that, but I just want to know what it is specifically that we're voting on, just so I know.
So I don't want to read the whole thing because it's just going to take too long, but the sort of really significant.
Thank you for putting it up, whoever just threw it up for me. Thank you.
Yeah, there is. So you have that. I'll just read the.
That's okay. I can read it, Russell. You don't have to waste time for that. I can read it. That's all right.
Good. Okay. And the amendments, and you know what the amendments are, right? So the amendment was to
could you
add,
tell me what what's the amendment?
Yeah.
Tell me the amendments.
The amendment is to the discussion of what the reasons are for people to participate remotely. It's to add dangerous weather conditions or extreme weather conditions. And then the resolved clause has a time limit added, which is going to be 3 months from the expiration of the suspension of the open meetings law.
I appreciate that. By the way, I probably will abstain for the reasons that we don't have
That's okay.
Definitions. And I don't want to debate. I'm not here to debate. I just wanted to get the
Understood.
question out. Thank you.
Yep. Does Sharon have a point of information or?
You did not express so. So Sharon, if this is a point of information, you can unmute.
Yes, it is. I just, a point of clarification. I'd like to know, is it only those people that are participating remotely that they have to provide an explanation, and that is included in the minutes?
Yes.
Right, because people in
Thank
person
you.
aren't going to have anything to explain. So secretaries, go ahead and, well, Sahar, if you have a point of information, you can do that.
Go ahead, Sahar, and then
Hi.
Taina, I'll fix your name too.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. Number one question was like, are we going to open this to the public to attend the meeting? I think I missed that part because what about the number of people in the room? Like, for us board members, it has to be a quorum, so we have to be there. But then are we opening it to the public as well? Because that adds the number of people in the room, and given COVID is still around, or is this something we're going to discuss later? And number two, each month, would people be sending you their reason for why, if they cannot join for that particular month? Or is it something standard that they just send in for the next 3 months or so that I would be just attending, virtually?
Yeah,
Or is it?
Okay, so the answer to number one is the public is permitted to attend in person. I think there may be practical limitations to that depending on what kind of space we're able to get. I mean, we're always subject to the practical limitations of available space. And again, just over the course of the next, few months, the reality is that we may be limited and not have the kind of sort of large spaces that we may typically be used to. So I think, that's the answer to that. On the second one, yes, it would have to be month by month. Each month that somebody is attending remotely, they have to do that. So with that, I think we're ready to, unless Taina is Taina voting or no, you have a point of information.
Yeah, I mean, I had a question. I think it's a little hard to vote on this without knowing like what percentage. Have we polled the board to have a sense of how many of our fellow board members would actually be, like, for example?
No, but this is, and with apologies, that's not a point of information. Like, a point of information is a question about what
I
we're
know what a
voting
point
on.
of information is. Then I'm just asking a question, Russell, because
Right. Yeah, but we can't
really
do that
hard.
because we're voting. That's what I mean. We can do a
Okay.
point of information. You're allowed to do a point of information, but this is just
Point of
we're already voting.
information, we'd have no idea what percentage of the 50 board members would actually be willing to go to a meeting in person, and therefore it is incredibly hard.
That's a comment on the substance of the resolution.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I'd like to just sort of move to voting. Do we really have, are these more points of information at this point, or can we just vote? Chuck, do you have a point of information? Is that what you're raising your hand for?
Can you give a thumbs up if you are? Okay, go ahead, Chuck.
I'd like to make the point that none of these were points of information that are the kinds of things you should have recognized people for when we have called the question. They were all substantive issues that people were discussing. And you could ask a procedural thing, but you had 6 points of information and they were not legitimate points of information. That's the point. So we should vote.
Okay, well, look, I just want the idea is to make sure people understand what it is we're voting on. But so Rita, what
just a point of information, would we have to wear masks?
It's not determined. The resolution doesn't say anything about that.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote.
Rebecca, do you?
Yep, I'll take it. Just one quick thing before I call on the hands. I saw that Paul Crickler's had his coffee cup on until a second ago, and I just want to confirm that the coffee cup you have to remove yourself because the old one disappeared.
Yes, you do have to remove it yourself. And Paul is
Okay.
back at his screen and he's waving at me.
All right. Thanks. All right. If you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Barbara Rudder.
Barbara, unmute.
Abstain.
Michelle.
Abstain.
Ed Hartzog.
Abstain.
A reminder to raise your
Oh,
hand if you would like to vote no,
Hanging up.
abstain, or not vote for cause.
Abstain.
Give everyone one more second. Seeing no other hands, the motion carries, and I will read the final tally before next item's vote.
Okay, let's move to the committee reports. So let's go first to the Landmarks Committee, please, and David and Jane.
Sorry. We had a very interesting meeting on Monday night. We heard 3 really compelling applications, much more interesting than previous months' applications. The first one was 1002 Madison Avenue at 78th Street, the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a neo-federal style building designed by Cross and Cross, one of the most prolific architects of the 1920s and 30s in New York City. They were the architects, for instance, of the Tiffany building at 57th Street and 5th Avenue. Really incredible commissions. Here you see on the left, the original drawing for the building, later modified, and you can see that what happened is that the door became centered in the later modification, and the design of the fan light was slightly changed, and the doors were made into double doors. Has a very interesting history. The medallion at the top is of Robert Fulton. It was the Fulton Trust Company, and this was their first branch designed by Cross and Cross. And it was the time when banks were supposed to look like houses, and you went into sort of a very elegant setting. This building has been purchased by a contemporary art gallery, Cube. They have galleries all over the world in very prominent cities like London and Paris. They want to change the design of that front door. If we could see the next slide, please. Saida. So as you can see, or White Cube, I'm sorry, how they want to have a very modern interpretation of that entrance. And the committee, except for one disapproval, felt that that door was just inappropriate to the traditional design of the Cross and Cross building. And we really do believe in trying to preserve a little bit some of our social and architectural history. The person present who voted against it was my co-chair, David Halpern. Do you want to speak to that, David? Why, what your vote meant?
I'll be happy to. We are always looking for context and appropriateness. And the context here is obviously the building itself, also Madison Avenue, where part of the context is the fact that it is a retail street. And since this is a major art gallery and they want it to be visible, and there are precedents for this kind of visibility that's shown in these doors, I took that as part of the context in thinking about this. And I felt that this building has enough substance and strength that it could accept the event of a modern door within the archway and still show us the wondrousness of the historic building and yet reflect what's happening on Madison Avenue. Landmarks Preservation Commission will accept juxtapositions of modern and historic, and in fact, often they would prefer, if you're going to do an alteration to the building, that it be very clear what is new and what is in fact historic. So what you were looking at originally was something that somebody decided was appropriate for this building because it looked historic even when it wasn't historic. So I feel the building has the strength to accept it and that it can do two things at once. It can be a historic building and we can appreciate the historicism, and yet it can also be part of the retail establishments on Madison Avenue. So that was my thinking.
Thank you, David. Does anybody else want to comment on the application? Will, who else has their hand raised?
Yeah, we have several hands up. Oh, just a couple. Michelle and then Alita.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the reasons for the design of the door was to make it wider than it was originally. The reason being that this is the only access and egress for the works of art that will have to go in and out of the building. White Cube does have large size sculptures, et cetera, et cetera. those of us, well, I'll speak for myself, but nobody seemed to object to expanding the width because we recognized that that was a need that the gallery had, since there's no back loading dock or anything else. However, I expressed to the architects that I felt that they could do a much better job of having this door be integrated with the front facade of the building. For example, you can see in the picture on the left that the door pulls. It's not easy to see, but they're two from top to bottom, until the transom, until the oval at the top. They're long metal. I don't know if they're aluminum or iron or whatever they are. I think aluminum, but they're long, full length aluminum handles. That's a very, very institutional look for a building like this. And I felt that the architects could certainly have come up with a better design, and yet it would fit their practical needs of the gallery. They have covered, if you notice, the two little rectangles on either side of the doorway, on either side of the white cube label. Those actually had the bank names, which they are covering up, which is fine. They're keeping the flagpole, they're keeping the medallion at the top, and they have their divided lights windows, and you know, some of the detail above those windows, which are a return to the past. And I felt that the door was just an outlier, and they are able to do much better. And it wouldn't be a disqualifier for anything that was going to enable their business, even its transparency to see inside. That could all have been arranged with a better design.
Thank you, Michelle. Alita?
Thanks, Jane. I'm not really sure how to vote here because on the one hand, I'm really excited that White Cube is coming to New York and coming to Madison Avenue and coming to Community District 8. I think it's great to have a gallery of that international scope, and they do important work. I've done some research on their work, but I could separate in my head the appropriateness of the ultra-modern door with the purpose of the space, which is how I voted on other landmarks appropriateness votes. But I am torn for the reasons that David mentioned about the strength of the building and the things that Michelle pointed out, which is the historic nature of the building still being quite visible here. So I just wanted to say that while I'm super glad, excuse the informality, to have them here, I'm just really torn about that particularly modern door, and kind of agree with Michelle that the door itself they could do something that integrates it better while it's modern, that just seems to, given its sheer size, work better with the building. So I will probably pass on the first round and then and think about it this whole time, even though I have been thinking about it since Monday. Thanks, Jane.
Thank you, Alita. Will, anyone else?
Up from
Elizabeth Rose.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Could you
I'd like
show
to call the question.
site? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? I think we can go to a vote.
We're just going to read the tally from the last vote, and then Rami will take it. It passed 36-0 to 4.
Rami?
Oh, sorry, Rami. Go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand.
Sorry, I have a really quick point of information, hopefully, very quick.
Yeah.
Addison?
Yes, sorry, very quick. Are we voting to approve or are we voting to disapprove as was
Well,
done
if you
in the
read
board
the
meeting?
minute, the disapproval.
It's a vote to disapprove.
Yes, that's what I
To
thought. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For the new board members, we'll be sure to keep announcing if it's a disapproval or an approval, because a disapproval, a yes means no.
Okay, Judy?
No.
Sharon?
No.
Aaliyah,
Abstain.
Felice,
No.
Elizabeth,
No.
Craig,
You missed Sherry.
Craig's in front, but Sherry,
Sherry's a no.
Craig,
No.
Russell,
No.
Edison,
No.
Mohit,
No.
Cos,
No.
Billy,
No.
Abraham,
Oh, sorry, no.
Bill,
No.
David,
No.
John,
No.
Rita,
No.
Ed,
Sorry, Ed. Go ahead and unmute again.
No.
Paul,
No.
Barbara,
Do you hear me? No.
Lindsay,
Abstain.
Sahar,
No.
Ms. Brown,
No.
Chuck,
No.
Tina,
No.
Adam,
No.
Will,
No.
myself is a no. Total will come out at the next vote.
I think we need to.
No, we
Wait,
need to
let me
know
just-
because it.
Let me just,
If it fails,
Yeah, so we
Hang
need
on a second.
subsequent
Wilma
motion.
also has her hand up and it came out late.
I'm watching the video on.
no.
Thank you, Wilma.
There are a number of hands. So Elizabeth Rose is the first hand up.
I'd like to offer an alternative resolution to approve the application.
Billy seconds.
Thank you, in which case I'd like to speak to it. I appreciated David's comments about the retail context of Madison Avenue, and I agree that the glass doors are very much in keeping with the retail context of Madison Avenue while retaining the vast majority of the building's design, and think that this can be appropriate for our community.
Is there a second?
It was seconded. So the next hand up is Barbara.
Barbara?
Question.
Barbara calls the question.
Okay, we can go to a vote. I'm not sure who's taking the vote.
Yeah, I
take
second
that one.
calling the question. So yeah. Is anyone opposed to calling the question?
Ed has a point of information.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Apologies. Like I said, I'm up in Boston, so I'm on my tablet. I might be wrong here. I thought the last vote, I was voting against approving the application. So was that a motion to disapprove the application on the last vote? Apologies.
Yes, it was.
Oh,
Yes,
well, then let me correct my position. I'm against the application. So if that was a vote last time to disapprove, then I'm a yes for that. and I'm a no for approving.
Well, we're now going to take the vote,
Not-
and I think we need a roll
Okay.
call vote, Ed. So we're
Okay.
going to take the vote now.
Okay,
So this is now a substitute resolution. Therefore, it's an approval. A yes means yes, a no means no. I'd like to, while we wait for people to raise their hands, I'd like to raise Ed's hand so we can officially vote.
I'm sorry, what would you like to do?
I would like Ed to vote now when we're voting, because I know he wants to be.
again, I'm voting no against the application. So whatever, Rebecca, you need to do for
Okay.
the minutes for the
Your no is
record.
noted.
Okay, and I'll vote no this time, so you all don't think I've gone crazy voting no every time. That's why. Thanks.
All right, next, let's do Alita.
Abstain.
Elizabeth,
No.
Marco,
No.
Michelle,
No.
Sarah,
No.
Peggy,
No.
Jane,
No.
and John McClement.
No.
And I am voting no. The motion, Gail,
No.
seeing no other hands, the motion carries. We'll get back to you with the count.
The next item was 2 East 88th Street. And this is an alteration to the 14th through 16th floors. Maybe, Saida, we could look at the first slide.
I'll put it up in 1 second.
Oh, well, thank you. This is an Art Moderne building from 1929, 1930. I thought it would be interesting to see the historic photos as a start. So you sort of see it in the context of all of the buildings along Fifth Avenue. The penthouse is actually the top floor of the main building, and then the 2 occupiable floors of the penthouse. The penthouse sits close to Fifth Avenue and is very, very visible. The fact of the matter is that most of the times we're coming here telling you we don't want to see things. But here, I think what we want to do is celebrate the visibility of the penthouse, and then we want to see if their alterations, in fact, are appropriate to this very interesting, asymmetrical, and exciting sculptural piece of architecture. The architects in those days actually vied with one another for who's going to do the most interesting penthouse. So can we go to the next? This is 88th Street and Fifth Avenue. On the left is the existing, and on the right is the proposed. What you're seeing on the left is, if you can see that there are 2 horizontal stripes, you see that they've put in a window which interrupts that stripe. You can also see that there's an extension to the penthouse, and there's no clarity between how the penthouse and that extension are tied together. On the right-hand side, you can see that they've put in a new piece of masonry to replace the void. And that masonry doesn't relate to the original color of the masonry. And then if you go to the right-hand side, you can see that we now have the string courses, these stone string courses continuous. They've dropped the lower ones that they can create larger windows without having to interrupt the string course. They've taken that masonry bulk on the right-hand side, and they've replaced it with a multi-pane window. And in fact, what you have here is a multi-pane window system that is also, it's not as easy to see here, but it's also on the 15th floor, or the floor that is on top of the 14th floor. You can also see on the left that they now have differentiated the extension, and they've also created a cast stone canopy. And on top of it, they are inserting a wood pergola and a gas fireplace. What's nice about this is you can see that the integrity of the stacks, the vertical stacks, is uninterrupted, and the original design is reinterpreted. Let's go to the next. And this is looking to the east side, and the south side. So what you're seeing on the left is sort of in that recess. There's a non-historic greenhouse. And on the right, what you're seeing, well, and you also see on the left at the rear, that piece of masonry with that small window that was stuck in there. So on the right-hand side, you see the multi-pane corner, and then coming around, you now see an extension of the main building to add a floor. You're seeing a sloping parapet, which is a new outside stair. There's also a new interior stair, and you're also seeing the pergola, and you have a better view, I think, of the eastern extension. With respect to the railings, these are all steel railings to match the original. There are a couple of glass railings which take place on top of the pergola. Even though glass can be reflective, the idea is to minimize the appearance of the railings against the extension, and to enjoy the pergola and the gas fireplace. So next, please. So here we are looking at it today. You can see the orange stacking. If you're looking to the left, the orange stacking is part of the mock-up, always in orange, from the Landmarks Preservation Commission. And then if you look to the right, across the Guggenheim, if you look to the right, you get a sense of how, of how visible this is and how exciting it is. And you can see the pergola. And if you go to the left, essentially these are blow-ups of what you're seeing more in context in the photos that are taken from further away. So in essence, I think we all felt that this was appropriate, that it was thoughtfully done, and that it celebrates the verticality and the eccentricities of this unique penthouse design. And if I remember correctly, this was unanimous approval.
Barbara has her hand raised.
Call the question.
Second. Any opposition to calling the question? I don't see any. So let's go to the secretaries.
So I'm going to do this one. We're still working on the original landmarks item vote, but the last vote passed by 28 to 10 2. This is an approval, so yes means yes, no means no. If you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, the item passes unanimously.
Thanks. So just a quick request, if we can move a little more quickly through unanimous items, and that goes for sort of everybody coming up as well, because we still have a long agenda. But go ahead.
Russell, thank you. This was another unanimous disapproval, this time for 105 East 64th Street. If you read the resolution, it tells you exactly what the project is, the application is, and why the committee turned down, mainly because of the 6th floor, which was just too top heavy, especially as juxtaposed against that absolutely sublime house. Used to be 101 East 64th, now fronts onto Park Avenue, the beautiful house on the corner. So it was a unanimous disapproval because of the top heavy nature of the mansard roof. We did not mind the front elevation or the rear elevation.
Barbara has her
Does
hand up.
anybody want to,
Call the question for, it's a disapproval, so yes.
yes, thank you, Barbara.
Michelle seconds.
Thank you. I'm assuming everybody was anxious to get going, so I think we can go to a vote.
Yeah, if anyone's opposed to voting, put your hand up. Seeing none, secretaries.
I'll take this one. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. Elizabeth. Just wait, unmute Elizabeth.
I'm a no.
Madison.
I'm also a no.
I'll have the tally in a moment. Resolution passes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Let's go next to the Parks and Waterfront Committee and Felice and Judy.
Thank you. Okay, so the Central Park Conservancy came and presented their plans for the renovation of the North Meadow Center in Central Park. It is just north of 97th Street, about in the center, just past the transverse. The facility houses park operations and public program staff and public restrooms. It includes recreation courts and operational space. The committee voted unanimously to approve the Central Park Conservancy's presentation of the renovation to the North Meadow Center in Central Park. Does anyone have any questions or move to approve the resolution? Michelle?
Call the question.
Ed seconds.
Okay, someone taking the vote on this?
Yep. If you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, the item passes unanimously with 40 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you. So we'll go next to the Street Life Committee. I think Abraham had asked Kaz to take this because he had chaired the committee meeting.
Hold on a second. Here we go. Yeah, we had or mostly unanimous 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, 2E, and 3B were all unanimous, with 2A the greatest discussion, and you can see what they've agreed to there. So anybody willing to call the question on all the unanimous, or anybody have any questions?
You have 3 hands up: Ed, Rita, Michelle. I have 4 hands up, and Judy.
Ed.
Cause I'm taking you up on your offer. I move to take every unanimous approval now together.
Thank you. Anybody disapprove of calling the question?
Judy seconds that.
Anybody disapprove?
No.
Rebecca. Oh, sorry, no one. Okay, call the question then.
All right.
This is all the unanimous.
Rami, you take this one.
Okay. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. Being none, the resolution is unanimous. 40 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you. The non-unanimous was 3A, AS Subway Inc., DBA Subway Inn. They have been at the location of 60th and 2nd. They are moving to 61st and 2nd. For some reason, they did not post. There was an opposition, and the vote was 6-1-1. So anybody have any questions? Michelle?
My question was actually relevant to the last thing, and it has nothing to do with the vote. But I know that one of the issues had to do with the restaurant in Central Park. And I made this point at the Landmarks Committee, and I would just like to make it to Street Life and to any committee of the board, that when there's anything that has to do with Central Park, it should be a joint meeting with the Landmarks Committee, because Central Park is a landmark, and in the past that has always
yeah, but let's stick to the Street Life
the tradition. That would have been.
No, Michelle, we got to stick to the Street Life meeting.
Excuse me.
We got to stick to the Street Life meeting. The Street Life report.
No, I know.
The last one you're
I'm not
referring to.
understanding what you're saying. I'm just making this as a general statement that in the future.
Right, but no, we have
anything-
to focus on this report, not about what happened in the prior thing about the park.
Okay, well then if you'll call on me, I'll make the same point after the vote.
And I just observed the applicant posted prior to this meeting, this full board meeting.
Judy.
Yes, the applicant hadn't posted before the Street Life meeting. So we made the suggestion that he post the next day for the whole week so that people could come to the full board meeting tonight. And if there was any displeasure with the applicant moving 150 feet down the block to open a new location, they could express their displeasure tonight. And unless I missed it, I don't think anyone spoke about the Subway Inn tonight. So I suggest that my fellow community board members approve this resolution because their license lasts until August. And if we don't approve it now and they have to start all over again, it'll be 8 or 9 months, at which point they will be out of business. They cannot go 8 or 9 months waiting to do business. So that's my point of view. I support this wholeheartedly.
Marco.
Thank you, Cos. I abstain because, yes, it's true that this restaurant is very close by and just move in the same block. That is right. But the open meetings law required to be posting before any meeting. So this meeting, it shouldn't even happen. Koski shouldn't even accept that because there is no posting. It shouldn't be presented. And that it would create a very bad precedent for future projects that, well, I don't post it and later I will post it. And I don't think that is the meaning of the open meetings law. And that is where I mean, I'm very sympathetic with the business. Yes. I don't think it's true that it's going to take 9 months to be approved. Usually, if they go and they produce, it will come next month and they will be approved. Well, we have to follow the regulations, and I have been in the community board for many years discussing exactly the same issue. And that is what I abstain. Thank you.
Alida?
Thank you. I fully support this application. I think the Subway Inn needs to be commended for its stamina and persistence. For as long as I remember, they were on 59th between Lexington and 3rd. Then they were moved when the building was demolished. Then they moved to First Avenue and the corner where they are. So I support them as co-chair of the Small Business Committee. I say we need to support these small businesses that the public supports and that show the kind of persistence that the Subway Inn has shown and reflects the character and history of our neighborhood and commitment to serving the community. Thank you.
As a point of information, that building, the reason they're moving, the building was coming down also. So 2 for 2.
And that's the trouble with all of what's going on, but that's another conversation.
Mohit?
Good evening. I live 30 feet from the existing subway in location and will live, maybe 100 feet from the new one. I echo the support from Alita and from Judy. I think this is a great local neighbor that I've enjoyed having nearby, and I support them moving, 150 feet down the block.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Yeah, I support this application, and I will note that they did post the signs, correct, Will, in advance of this meeting. Therefore, I think we have fulfilled
They did.
the need for public notice, and I urge everyone to vote yes.
You should also probably update the whereases and be it resolves for the final version of whatever you pass.
Felice?
I'd like to call the question.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second, Will?
Yeah, Chuck.
Okay.
With the friendly amendment that we'll just describe, right? We're going to update the resolve clause.
That they posted, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Anybody against calling the question? Seeing none, let's call the question. This is a motion to approve with the extra, whereas.
If you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Marco?
Abstain.
Anyone?
On a final
Seeing
note.
none, sorry. The item passes 39 to 0.
1 second.
Wait
Mrs.
a
Brown.
minute. Mrs. Brown?
No.
No. Okay, so it passes 38 to 1 to 1.
On a separate note, I would like to thank Marco and Mrs. Brown for asking him a relevant, pertinent question, and sad to see somebody in the press disapproving of their willingness. Thank you.
All right, let's move to, thank you very much. So we'll move now to the Street Fairs Committee.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm Barbara and Wilma.
Yeah.
And I think Wilma had to drop off the call earlier.
Okay, well, there's 3 street fairs. One was the museum mile that already took place. The second was Ronald McDonald House, and the third is a new one, an Indonesian organization, nonprofit, where the president or prime minister or something is actually coming, and it's going to be here, and they were all unanimous. So if nobody objects, we could take them all together. I don't know if somebody.
You have hands up from Judy, Rita, and Michelle. Go ahead, Judy.
I move to take all the unanimous together. I call, or Barbara did that already, so I guess I'm calling the question.
Okay, great. I think I literally had to ask, but calling the question is great.
Is there a second? Peggy, go for it. So Rami or
Rami, do you
Rebecca?
want to take this one? No, I'm going to take it. All right, if you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, the items pass unanimously.
Okay, so let's move to the next committee report, which is the Roosevelt Island Committee. So we'll go to Paul and Lynn.
Is Lynn on?
Lynn was having some connection issues.
here.
Oh, you're
I'm
here?
here.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's lead the charge on this one.
So I'm sorry, I missed where we are.
So we just took, it's our turn on the agenda now then, and I just meant that you're leading the
I
charge.
barely can hear you. Hold on. I'm gonna try to. I'm sorry.
It's the
Go
Roosevelt
ahead.
Island Committee resolution.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So what we're trying to do is create, we're having an explosion of dogs in the community, and we want to set up a round table to get best practices for our community. So that's what that resolution is all about. We had unanimous approval by the committee, and I'm hoping, go ahead, Paul.
No, I thought you were asking. Yes, we had unanimous approval by the.
I'm sorry. So what we're asking for is to go ahead with getting a full board approval for sending a letter, a resolution and a letter to the Roosevelt Island Operating Corporation to get them to facilitate setting up this roundtable.
Okay, you have several hands up. Marco, then Judy, then Rita.
I would like to call the question.
Judy seconds.
And it's anyone opposed to calling the question?
No.
Right. If you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, the item passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. So we'll move next to the Voting Reform Task Force, Anthony and Sherry. And sorry, it's just Sherry because Anthony is not.
I think Michelle has a question.
Yeah, maybe I'm misreading this, but on the Roosevelt Island Committee, wasn't there a resolution on bike storage?
No, that's not till next month. We're going to have a second visit with those people, so more people can come and attend, and then we'll do a resolution.
Oh, I see, because it's listed here as resolution 1, so I just wondered why it wasn't taken up. All right, you've explained it. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Who's next, Russell?
Sherry and Voting Reform Task Force.
Thank you. Sherry, go ahead and unmute.
Hi. The purpose of our meeting, which was scheduled for yesterday at 4:30 due to the busy calendar, and I thank the 21 participants who did give up that beautiful sunny afternoon to be on our meeting. The original purpose of the meeting was to review the map of the New York City Districting Commission. For those of you who aren't up to date, in addition to the state and federal redistricting, New York City is redistricting its city council districts, and that's what we're focusing on. So with the lack of having a map to comment on, we decided let's see what our comments would be, that we now would have time to submit to the commission, and we appreciate and thank Russell for allowing us to get this resolution on at the last minute. Basically, our resolution says we're really happy with the districts as they're set up. We believe that they conform to the criteria that the commissioners will be using in setting up new districts. We also say and acknowledge that Roosevelt Island was intended to be part of Manhattan, has always been part of Manhattan, and we ask that the island continue to be part of Manhattan, connected and District 5, which is where it is now. All right, so now we get to the point that it's great that we think everything is good and we shouldn't do anything, but that's not the end of it. What the commissioners have to work with is that the population of each district has to be at what they call an ideal population. So basically what they did, they took the entire population of New York City, they divided it by the 51 city council districts and came up with a number which is 172,000 in each district. All right, so follow me. So we're doing District 4 and 5, which are both in Community Board 8. So to get to that ideal population, District 4 has to lose 11,202 people, and District 5 has to lose 8,551 people. So we looked at the district maps, and since 4 and 5 are next to each other and both have to lose population, we can't shift people back and forth. So we were left with taking off the top and taking off the bottom. So what the resolution is calling for is that we take a couple of streets off District 4 and move it to District 8, which is the district above us. And then for District 5, we would go down to District 2, which is the district below us. The resolution does not identify a specific street yet, but at the meeting last night, Dan Kaminsky, who has been our resource person from Citizens Union, has informed us that there is software that you can actually figure out how many people live on every street. And Tucker, who's our intern at the board office, has been tasked to come up with which streets we would have to move in order for us to come up with this number that would meet the criteria of the districting commission. So what we're asking tonight is for you to approve this basic concept of a resolution so we can move forward to testify on behalf of Community Board 8 at the public hearings, which are starting in June. We had, based on, you've already passed one resolution to deal with the districting, and I did testify at the last meeting that was dealing with the lack of females on the commissioners and on their staff. So this would be the next resolution from this board saying, we really like how we are, but if you insist, let's take a couple of streets off the top and a couple of streets off the bottom. So, and again, and Roosevelt Island should say in District 5. So let's open up and let's get some questions. Michelle?
Yeah, thanks. I support the resolution, but I just wanted to make a friendly amendment for clarification.
Sure.
After the last be it further resolved, where you say for District 4, remove blocks from Midtown and add those to City Council District 2, I would just want a couple of words in there saying from the lowest, from Midtown, in parentheses or whatever, or eliminate Midtown and just say from the lowest portion of our district.
Yeah,
because when people think of Midtown, they sort of might not, they may be thinking of literally Midtown.
That actually wasn't my wording. I think there was some editorial change in that. So yeah, I think just the lower portion of the district is.
Yes, or the lower, the most lower, or the lowermost, or whatever.
That would be Stuytown and
district.
14th Street, though.
Huh?
So that would be Stuytown and 14th Street.
whatever. That's the lowest part of the district.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think that reflects what was discussed, though.
I thought it
That
was.
I thought it was. What do you, we want to remove, a couple of streets from the bottom of District 5.
That was
So I
what
thought the idea was District 5, if you're removing stuff, you want to remove it from the top, and District 4, you want to remove it from the bottom.
District 5 is top and District 4 is below. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, District 5 is the top, which would be moved up, and District 4 is the bottom.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that when you use the word Midtown, it's misguiding to people. It should specify the lower portion of our district.
Yeah, no, that actually is, I believe what my wording was. So yeah, we'll change that. Okay. Removed. Yeah, I actually just said remove streets and add them, so I didn't even specify that. But all right, we'll clean that up, because we're gonna have to work on this. We're gonna have to wait until the actual streets are identified, and then we'll add that. But we needed to get this approved tonight because the public hearings are in June, and we couldn't wait till until July. Barbara Rutter?
I think Rita's next in the.
Rita, okay, okay, Rita.
Yeah,
I'm
Rita,
sorry.
then Elizabeth Rose.
Call the
Okay.
question.
Cool.
You got some seconds.
People have some comments. I'd like to hold off a little bit. Yeah, Elizabeth, let's see what Elizabeth Rose has to say.
Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate it. I'd like to ask some questions of context, because my question is, do District 2 and 8 need population added to the district?
I'm sorry.
Is this a solution to a problem, or is this just offloading the problem out to other people?
No, I'm sorry. I should have said that. District 2 can gain 3,800 people to bring them to the maximum, and District 8 can gain 340 people. So both of those districts.
But if we have to lose 8,000 people, this is not a solution. Because there isn't enough need in Districts 2 or District 8 to absorb the 8,000 people that we need, that this council district, that 5 would need to shed. So I think regardless, we are going to have to, there will have to be a broader and bigger change if we are in fact to be brought to the appropriate number. And so while from a logic perspective, I completely get how you got to the recommendations, based on what you've shared, it does not actually provide a solution that meets the need. So I will oppose, not because I oppose your logic, but because this is not a sufficient solution to the problem.
Well, it's an overall problem, because the only places that they really need population are the Bronx. And since we are not contiguous to those districts, we cannot send people there. So the commission is going to have to work it out. But I think the point that the group wanted to make is that our districts 4 and 5 are very diverse. That we have many different, we have whites, we have Chinese, we have Blacks, Asians. So we want them to know that we really feel our districts are configured appropriately. And since we only can send to districts that are next to us, those are the only districts we have. So I hear what you're saying, but it's a bigger issue than we can deal with. And we're just offering this solution as just, so we want to have input into this. And we don't want them to take apart our whole, all of districts 4 and 5. So this is best we could come up with. And actually, I was very surprised that we were, in one meeting, we were able to reach a consensus. So that's why this is why the resolution is like it is. All right, let's see. Rebecca Dangor.
Thanks. I just have a quick question for, I guess, you guys, maybe Will or former chairs. Someone has testified on behalf of CB8 before without having a resolution, right?
No, I don't think so. Not without some kind of.
No, it has to be authorization. We had authorization.
Individuals can testify.
I testified, and if this is approved, we as a committee, we cannot as a committee testify on behalf of community.
Or it would
be approved by the board.
It would have to be sort of consistent with past action by the board in some way.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I guess, redistricting doesn't happen too often. So I just wanted to confirm.
So there has been, so look, strictly speaking, the question has been called, and under the rules, once the question is called, we have to move to a vote. I think if you want to take, if you really want to take sort of one more comment or something, maybe we do that, but we have to sort of move on and stick to the rules here. So we do a little bit of leeway, but
Well, we can have a vote not to call the question.
Right. Okay.
Well, you have quite a few people having comments, so that would be my recommendation, that we hold off a little bit till you got so many people who have their hands up. So I would like to hear.
Well, let's then do the vote. So let's vote on calling the question.
Okay, all those in favor of call. Go ahead, Secretary, you want to do that?
No, can we lower everyone's hands so that they re-raise their hand if they're voting?
All right, so this is a vote to call the.
No, this is a vote again. If you oppose calling the question, right, raise your hand.
And only press it once. Your hand will go back down if you press it twice.
Oh, I should vote no. Sorry.
So if there are 9, it does not pass. Or we move to calling the question.
Okay, then we'll call if anybody has any questions that I can answer for you, please email me and I'll be happy to do that. All right, so now we're taking a vote to pass this resolution, which would allow us to testify on behalf of Community Board 8 in the City Council redistricting.
Yeah, Billy has a point of information question.
Yeah, I just need to understand the resolution as it was written. Did we change that just now a little bit to specify Midtown or Stuytown? I just need clarification on what we're actually voting on.
We're taking out that reference and just saying lower. We're not going to geographically identify it. Just it will be from the lower part
of our district.
District 4. Well, that's all.
District 4.
Thank you. I hope I did that right, Chuck.
All right, secretaries, could you take a vote, please?
Oh, thank you. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. Elizabeth?
No.
Sharon?
No.
Mohit?
Abstain.
Greg?
No.
Craig?
No.
Sarah?
Abstain.
John?
Abstain.
Resolution passes. I'll have a tally in a moment.
Thank you all. We'll keep you posted on how this goes.
Thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
next let's go to the Social Justice Committee and Sarah and Sandrea.
Hi, everybody. Happy Pride Month. The Social Justice Committee met on the topic of the Don't Say Gay laws that have been proliferating across the nation. And unfortunately, my co-chair, Sandra, isn't able to attend tonight. And so you'll just have me. But I hope if you weren't able to attend the meeting that you take the time to watch the presentation that Dr. Erin Mayo Adam from Hunter College presented on kind of the history of these types of laws that deal a lot with school curriculums and excluding LGBTQ communities from being recognized and in these curriculums. And so she gave a fantastic talk about the history of these laws. And at the end, she made a set of recommendations that are the source of our resolution. And they are to ask New York City to adopt curricular standards that are fully inclusive, including of LGBTQ+ communities, and for the state to adopt that at the state level. California, Colorado, Illinois, Oregon, New Jersey, and Nevada already do that. To implement data collection of mental health outcomes, discrimination, and bullying of LGBTQ K-12 students in New York City. Without data, we can't study the trends and identify how we're going to develop policy solutions. And then lastly, to encourage the use of a curriculum called Hidden Voices, which is a supplement that's already been approved in New York City, that was developed by the Department of Education, the Museum of the City of New York, the New York Public Library, and the New York Historical Society, and the National Archives. And so it's an approved curriculum that we hope schools will use, and the use is not uniform in New York City. And so the resolution passed unanimously in our committee, and I look forward to your comments and questions. So Alita, I think your hand was up first.
Thanks, Sarah. This is really important, but I have a question. So for the curriculum for schools, does that apply to all schools, public, private, parochial?
That's
data collection, because I know that there is often a lot of bullying at the private schools. I can't speak for parochial, and I think it's essential, if or when possible, to include private schools in that data collection requirement.
So one of my regrets is that in planning this committee meeting that I didn't include the Youth and Education Committee, and that was an oversight on my part. And so I believe that state standards would be limited to public schools, but I don't know that for sure. And I think Vanessa Aronson, who is a teacher, would know the answer to that.
Thank you. Oh, Elizabeth Rose is also waving.
Oh, yes, Elizabeth.
Oh, right. She worked for the Board of Ed, or the DOE, whatever they call themselves. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Would it be okay if I moved over to Elizabeth, even though for more information, even though we have other folks in line?
Yeah, you can do whatever. I mean, yes, you have the authority to do that.
Great. Thanks. Elizabeth?
Thank you. So state law and state education standards are effectively have jurisdiction over non-public schools. DOE has no jurisdiction. The only requirement is that non-public schools provide substantially equivalent education to public schools in their local communities. So there is nothing that we could do to compel non-public schools, meaning non-DOE schools, from reporting or requiring them to use any particular curriculum. So our capacity is very, very limited. So this would really apply to DOE schools.
Could I just ask another question, Elizabeth? If it doesn't apply with respect to mandating curricular, can it, I assume it doesn't apply to restricting the kinds of books that they could have, so that they're not allowed to have books that don't characterize kids in a certain closed-minded materials, for instance.
You correct. We have very limited ability to require specific curriculum or books. We also have very limited ability to limit curricula or specific books.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Rebecca Dancourt next.
Thank you guys, as always, for putting so much work into your minutes and these meetings. I would like to offer a friendly amendment based on the combo that we specify that. And I think, do you accept that as a friendly amendment to clarify the data collection and stuff for public schools?
Yes. And yes, so for the second point, for the data collection, that that we integrate the language that that this is in reference to public schools. Yes, I will accept that friendly amendment.
And I think I understood and heard everything Alita said, and maybe that's the private school aspect related to this resolution is something you guys could explore in a different way, or maybe have another meeting.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. I'm sorry, because I had my headset cut out.
You know, Alita's concern about this issue potentially, private schools might be something that you and the Youth and Education and Libraries Committee might want to explore at some time in the future.
That's a great idea. Thank you for offering that. Thank you, Rebecca. Great. Jane, you're next.
Well, one thing I was concerned about, Sarah, was how you were going to actually, or what were your thoughts on implementing the data collection? A lot of this stuff goes totally unreported. Individual kids don't admit that they've had these experiences to anyone. The other thing is nobody's mentioned charter schools. And the third thing I just want to throw out there to play the devil's advocate is I think we have to delete private schools. If you're looking at independent schools like Spence and Chapin, et cetera, they are very involved with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think it would be very difficult, and they also have lobbyists, to include the private school population as opposed to the charter school population in any kind of a state mandated curriculum agenda. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Jane. And I think your point about charter schools is something that we can take up in the collaboration with the Youth and Education Committee. And yeah, so thank you for those comments. Vanessa?
Sorry, I have a really bad cough. And of course it's right now. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to attend this meeting. And thank you, Sarah, for informing the Youth and Education Committee. You did after the fact, so thank you for that. I appreciate that. I just wanted to, share my support, particularly of the Hidden Voices curriculum aspect of this resolution. Sorry. And say that it would be something that I, at least as one co-chair of the Youth and Education and Libraries Committee, would be interested in further collaborating on.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, when we initially set out to do this meeting, we were thinking of it in terms of state laws, and we didn't realize that this was so focused on curriculum. And we learned that in the course of the meeting, and so we always love to collaborate and look forward to doing that on this topic. Michelle, you're next.
Yeah, hi, thank you for doing all this work. Look, I fully support the concept of inclusion, but as always, the devil is a little bit in the details. I can't support this because it calls for adopting curriculums similar to Chicago, Illinois, Oregon, New Jersey, California, Colorado. I don't know what they say. And the details are very important as to what is spelled out, because when a curriculum is written, it's very specific. So to say we support inclusion, I do, but your resolution goes much further than that. Mm-hmm. One of the basics that you're referring to was organized or created by the Museum of the City of New York. Now, while they created this Hidden Voices curriculum specifically for their audience, for them to have visitors and as one of their exhibitions, that's fine. And that makes it available to the public, and anybody who wants to see it or partake of it, they can, that's no problem. But to incorporate something that was written by the Museum of the City of New York and put it into the curriculum for our Board of Education that goes out to every classroom with all of those details, I find concerning. The same with the Historical Society. I mean, it's great to have their input, but that's not the group that I would see writing the specifics of the curriculum.
So, Michelle, just to clarify, this curriculum has already been
group or any mention of their. Sorry.
To clarify,
yeah,
this curriculum has already been developed and adopted and approved by New York City, and yes, so this is just an encouraging. It's something that has been approved by the DOE, and this resolution would simply encourage schools to utilize that program in their schools.
I understand it, and it was written with these institutions together, but we didn't see the specifics, and nowhere did I see appropriateness mentioned, and nowhere did I see parental input mentioned. So for those reasons, it's too broad a resolution for me to support. If I saw specifics about what was actually in that resolution, then maybe I could, but I don't know what's in there. And just to say that it's similar to the other states, that's not something I can support. I can't support the details. So I'm sorry about that. I'll probably abstain.
No problem. I understand. Rami, you're next.
I happen to have experience with the Hidden Voices curriculum because it was taught in one of my classes this year. It was a very excellent curriculum. We didn't look at the whole curriculum. It was just a segment because we were teaching to an international baccalaureate test, which is designed by random people in France. But the stuff we looked at were primary sources that were very helpful and really helped when I had to take the final exam, which was another primary source from the curriculum. The New York Historical Society writes a lot of the curriculum that are taught in schools, especially the history curriculum. If you have heard of the College Board, it's AP tests. It's a test / curriculum produced by a company called the College Board, which does the SAT as well. The New York Historical Society has consulted on that, and in the past they've written these tests. I've had friends who also, one of them happened past tense to be a teacher in our district, who in his spare time wrote questions for the Historical Society to send to the College Board. So a lot. And the Historical Society, their curators, their education department does amazing work. But this curriculum is amazing. I'm sorry I missed the meeting. I had a scheduling conflict that day, but you guys did some great work on this. I'm happy to support the resolution.
Thank you, Rami. I so appreciate your firsthand experience. This is why our community board should include high school students and should include impacted communities. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your comments. Taina, you're next.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you for taking this on. I think, you know, I'm never not going to support any resolution that supports, you know, our youth, in particular marginalized communities within our youth. I will say to the point made earlier about the failure to address charter schools, I think we can take this up at the Youth Education and Libraries Committee, but it is an important point, just so you know, that the City Department of Education does not actually set the curriculum standards for public schools in New York. It's actually the State Education Department, and so we should probably be looking at sort of what we're sort of asking of the State Education Department. And even furthermore, the State Education Department has limitations in terms of what they can mandate of independent charter schools, and even large charter networks like Success Academy and KIPP and Uncommon. So obviously I'll support this, but I do think, I just want to acknowledge to some of the comments that were made that there is nuance, and there is actually like a limitation in terms of what the City Department of Education has in terms of jurisdiction for setting any sort of curriculum standards. That really happens sort of at a statewide level. But anyway, again, happy to support, but I think there are some nuances that maybe Vanessa, Rami, and I can take on to just be additive to these efforts in our committee. Thank you.
That would be great. And do you have suggestions for how we could word this resolution so it at least better embraces those nuances?
Yeah, I mean, I think the section of the resolution that calls on the City Department of Education, you might want to add the New York State Education Department, NYSED, to that. I'd welcome maybe like Elizabeth's opinion on that, but I just think like if we're going to call on any sort of curriculum, attention to curriculum, to DOE, we should call on NYSED as well. And then to the point that I believe Rebecca or someone else made, and to Elizabeth's point, we really have no jurisdiction or authority on private and independent schools or parochial schools, but certainly charter schools are public schools. People forget that, but public schools, there are district public schools and charter public schools, and they're all public, and taxpayers fund these schools. So let's just make sure we make that distinction, and then I think just adding NYSED could help sort of further, strengthen the resolution.
Okay, great. Thank you for that suggestion. Billy?
I just want to say I think it's a great resolution, and I want to thank you all for doing this, especially during Pride Month. I think, if anything, the language could even be strengthened. So for those who want to add caveats that would water it down, I just don't think we're now at the time for watering down that type of language. LGBTQ youth lives are, at stake all over the country and even in our city here. So I just think saying things like encouraging using the Hidden Voices curriculum, if anything, that could even be stronger, but I like it. And as far as private schools go, I think would be completely within reason to encourage private schools who adopt some of these curricula. I mean, look, we're CB8, we're advisory, and private schools can, I suppose, come to us about closing a street. We can go to them about saying what we'd like a curriculum to look like. But I just really want to thank you all for doing that, and I want to say happy Pride to everybody.
Thank you, Billy. Vanessa?
I don't think I raised my hand again. Sorry, I don't know how that happened.
Oh, okay, no problem. Elizabeth?
So I want to build on what Billy said, and Michelle, I want to specifically kind of encourage you to rethink your position. This is a value statement. This is saying this is the kind of inclusion that we want our students to have and experience in their schools. And there are aspects of any resolution here that are going to be, a little bit of a detail one direction or another. That's not a reason not to make the value statement that we want New York City DOE to have all of our schools have a diversity curriculum, and this is an extremely good one that DOE has already provided and already approved. We want private schools to do the same. I will be extremely brutally honest. Many of you know that my children have gone to both public and private schools, and one of my children experienced significant bullying because of a perception of his difference. And it was really painful, an extremely painful experience for him, for us. So I don't want to sweat the details here. We shouldn't get hung up on the details here. I can make the comment that, we don't know, and there is no way to know who within grades K to 12 is LGBTQ. And yet we would like to see the DOE figure out how to recognize, count, identify data that will help a group of people that is difficult to identify in many ways, get the services, the support that they need. So let's treat this as a value statement, and let's all please support this resolution. And I agree with Billy that I think we can add in a whereas we may not have the ability to require this in independent and religious schools. We encourage these schools to share the same values and information with their students.
All right. Are you making that friendly amendment?
I would love to propose that friendly amendment. Thank you very much.
I accept it. Thank you. Great. Hi, Peggy. You're next.
Hi, I'd like to call the question.
Great. Do we have I see some heads shaking. Do we have
There is a second.
Yeah.
There is a second.
Aina seconded.
Okay. Oh, right. I apologize to the people who want to speak, but it looks like procedure rules here. So
let's take a vote of, if folks don't want to call the question, they can register their opposition.
Okay.
And Rebecca has a point of information.
Yes.
I just want to clarify the new resolution. It'll be required to implement in, the schools where we can, and then another where we repeat that even though we can't require, we encourage.
My understanding is that in the be it therefore resolved that under number 2, that we specify the data collection is specific to public schools, and that we're adding a whereas that would state that while we may not have the ability to mandate changes in religious and private schools, that we would encourage them to adopt these the same type of curriculum.
So it's not for the 3, for 1, 2, and 3, the 3 points for the 4 public schools or where we have jurisdiction and then repeating the 3, saying we're encouraging the same.
Rebecca, I may have misunderstood your friendly amendment on the jurisdiction question about public schools. And so I interpreted it to be limited to number 2, but if it's not, and if you'd like to include it in the whereas, that we can do that too, because it was your recommendation.
Yeah, I think as long as it's clear that, we're asking for what we can ask, and then we're encouraging the same for where we can't. Okay, thank you.
Yes, great. Thank you. Thank you for helping me clarify that. Great. Okay, so we need to see if we're going to call a question. And so if the secretaries could please help us take that.
If you would like to vote no on calling to question, please raise your hand. Lynn, but we're not going to unmute.
We don't have to go through it. Just
Sarah.
raise your hand.
All right, so if the question's been called, I'll take this one. If you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Jane,
Jane, unmute.
I'm not voting for cause because I'm on the DOE payroll.
thank you. John Phillips,
I'm voting no.
got it. Michelle,
Abstain.
Sahar,
Sorry, you have to unmute.
Abstain.
okay. We'll give everyone else a second. The motion carries. Thank you.
Great. And I just want to shout out our district manager, Will Brightville, for both suggesting this excellent topic and helping us bring on a speaker for our meeting. So thank you so much for that, Will, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right, next we will go to the Rules and Bylaws Committee, Taina, Rebecca, and Chuck.
Okay, can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay, so at our last meeting, we decided that we would do this in two steps. The first step to come up with a overall concept of how our elections should be run. And then in the next meeting, if that concept was approved here, we would then try to flesh out the details. And we presented to the committee 3 scenarios, which we worked on together. One for the nominating committee, which is essentially where the procedure remains the same. There were a few suggested changes, but those were only suggestions. Next was an election committee, which the major change is that they run the elections, they accept all nominations, they don't report a slate, they then question and ask the same questions of all the candidates, and they publish those questions in their minutes, and then their speeches of all the candidates, and everyone's entitled to make a speech, and that process is run by the elections committee, the chair, and then you have the vote in November, which is also run by the elections committee. And then the third scenario is open nominations, where you have no committees, just anyone can nominate themselves, and have to figure out a procedure of how that works, and how speeches are going to be handled, or questions, etc. And there was and after a lot of discussion, there was a motion put on the floor, and it's in your minutes, but I think it's worth repeating it so everybody sort of understands it. The resolve there shall be an elections committee established to run the elections, which is scenario number 2. And some of the items to be taken into consideration in the new procedures, and these are suggestions that were made and voted on. Mechanisms shall be implemented to provide a diverse set of members with varying amounts of community board experience who are elected to the elections committee. All persons who've been nominated shall be interviewed by the elections committee, and all candidates for each office shall be asked the same questions. Then the minutes of the elections committee containing all the interviews shall be published after the elections committee has completed, all of those interviews. And the Elections Committee will not report a slate, and board members will have to make their decisions on the interviews that the Elections Committee undertook and the candidate speeches. There will be no, by the way, there'll be no, under this scenario, under this resolution, there'd be no nominations from the floor because you've gone through the process and everybody who wants to run can see the questions, et cetera. And then the chair of the Elections Committee will moderate the speeches of the candidates, and all candidates will be able to speak. And that resolution was approved to 9 yes, 4 no, and 2 abstentions. That's the resolution that we're reporting out to the board. And we'd like to obviously open it for discussion. The board and get direction from the board. I don't know whether Rebecca or Taina want to comment. I just want to give a quick summary.
I think I would just add that the one other aspect of how we kind of went about the meeting is, again, no matter if this board votes to approve that resolution for the Elections Committee, the next meeting, we will flesh out what that means. And that was the same for both the nominating committee and the third option. This was just the general idea, and all issues and kind of further discussion of how to put it together in terms of actually presenting an amendment to the bylaws will be taken up at the next meeting based on tonight's vote.
And I would just add, thanks Chuck for providing the summary. I would just add that some context for those of you, we had a lot of you, the majority of the board actually, at the meeting prior, the committee meeting prior to this last one. And so just sort of want to state that we came to this last committee meeting with these 3 alternatives, and they were very much informed by everything we heard at the meeting prior, at the committee meeting prior, and the many ideas that were shared and perspectives and concerns. And so we didn't sort of, we gathered as committee co-chairs and actually felt like we came up with options that reflected the various somewhat divergent opinions that we heard at that prior committee meeting. So I sort of feel like what you're seeing and what we're discussing, what we're voting on is really sort of the culmination of 2 quite lengthy committee meetings. And frankly, I think that between both of those committee meetings, probably the majority of you were at one or the other. So we had very, very solid attendance at both meetings, over quorum for a full board meeting at the first one, and close to that for the last one. So I just want to make that point because just for it to be on record that's how we came up with those alternatives. So Chuck, if you want to open it up for folks to ask questions or make motions.
Yeah. I want to just say one thing too, and I think before that Rebecca put in a lot of work to look at all the other boards and see what they do. And the majority of boards have a nominating committee, someone like ours, but few have the Elections Committee. And I think there was only one that just had open nominations. And
yeah,
so,
there was one, and forgive me, I'm blanking on which board it is, but it was so drastically different from anything else that it was just in its own category. And we tried to kind of get somewhere close to that with what we put together, but it was the one outlier.
Yeah, I think we all appreciate the work that Rebecca did to look through all of that stuff in detail. Why don't we go, Felice? I know she went. Why don't we unmute Felice?
Thanks. I want to commend the committee chairs for the amount of hard work and time that went into coming up with the various proposals and looking what other community boards were doing. This was a lengthy and thoughtful process. As Rebecca mentioned, the majority of community boards have a nominating committee process and not an election committee. At the committee meeting, I voted in favor of an election committee, and I'm changing my perspective, and I want to explain why. And I was part of this go round's nominating committee that kind of generated this whole effort of basically throwing out the nominating committee and starting all over and rethinking this process. And I think there is value to a nominating committee. There is value to having that opportunity for a thoughtful screening process. But I think what it really requires is clarification on the exact role of the nominating committee, what it would do. Is there a forum to go to, or some, elder statesman, so to speak, that if you have specific questions, the nominating committee could go to those people with questions to clarify the process and what to do, so that you don't end up with kind of the same issues that happened this past time. But I think there are elements of the election committee suggestions that are really good, but I think it would go well in the, to take those elements and put it in the nominating committee process. And I think with some clarification and some additional elements, the nominating committee items could work well. But I do think we need to move quickly, because we've got one meeting left before we need to start elections. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, Louise. I think you summed up things well. Sherry?
Sorry, before we move forward, Rebecca,
Yeah,
can
go
you
ahead.
clarify? I was under the impression that the majority of Manhattan community boards have elections committees, correct?
No, it was a nominating committee.
So
The
how
majority have a nominating committee.
So out of 12,
I will go and look up my notes again, but it's the majority of a nominating committee that are similar to ours. A big portion of the nominating committees on other boards, they are not actually elected. They're appointed by the chair, unless they have 30 members write to the chair and say they want an election for the nominating committee. I think it was 3 or 4 maybe that had an elections committee, and then one was the outliers. But
am I misremembering that they have committees that function like our nominating committee does, but they're called elections committees? Isn't that the case?
There was only one that had an election committee, a committee that was called an election committee, but it was virtually identical to the current nominating committee we have in the bylaws. So we're counting that as a nominating committee. The other 3 or 4, I will go look for that list I made in a second, but those are the election committee.
Okay.
Majority is nominating, a few elections, 1 outlier.
Okay.
Can we go to Sherry Weiner? Can we unmute Sherry?
The purpose of a nominating committee is to evaluate the candidates who have put their name forth to run for office and then make a recommendation. Unfortunately, the reality of how our nominating committee has worked is the majority, and I know there have been exceptions, but the majority of the people who sit on the nominating committee only run for the committee because they have a candidate that they're planning to endorse. That takes away the whole purpose of the nominating committee. Perhaps on other boards, we don't find that, but on our board, when you look at who's sitting on the nominating committee, for the most part, most of us know what candidate they are supporting ahead of time, and that defeats the whole purpose. So I'm supporting the election committee because all they were going to do is gather information for the rest of us. And once they get the answers to the questions, we will see who the candidates are and what their positions are. And I think that's the most transparent way. And I think it's unfortunate that I don't know how other community boards work, but I certainly have been aware that that's been going on for at least the last 2, and I don't think that's how a nominating committee should work. So I urge you to support in favor of the election committee. Let's try it and see what we come up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Judy Schneider. And Judy.
Yes, I think I'm the opposite of Felice. I voted no to this, and I'm going to change my vote to yes after speaking with two of the co-chairs. And I think we're past the time where we have an election committee and everything is secretive, because it doesn't really end up being secretive and it all leaks out. And I think the election committee, I went back after the meeting and watched the whole meeting again to kind of get my thoughts in order. And I think that the next meeting in July, when they, if we approve this resolution, when they nail down the details for the election committee, I think we certainly should try it at least for 1 year. If it doesn't work, we can always come back next year and we can make a change if we want to go back to what we were doing before.
Thanks, Judy.
Okay, Alita Camp. Next.
Thanks, Chuck and Taina and Rebecca. And thank you for the work that you've done and your ability to maintain the stamina required for the meetings that you have. Rebecca, I have a question. Was research on other boards done through looking at the bylaws or talking to people on the boards?
It was done through looking at the bylaws. We did hear from various people who attended, I believe, our first meeting. I believe Billy had spoken to some people on some other boards, and I think some other people shared that as well. But my research was strictly based on looking at all of the bylaws.
Okay,
and
thanks.
not talking to other people.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of what you said.
I apologize. That I didn't think of speaking to people on the various boards, but I think for at least our purposes, they have to follow their bylaws. So that was an accurate description of how they function.
Okay, because when I was chair, I had a conversation with the borough president's office about this, and they seem to think that we are the only board that functions in this way, or maybe there's one or maybe two others, but that there is really something inappropriate about a nominating committee basically choosing the slate of officers for the board. And that's how it's worked in the past, from my understanding. So that's what they think. And the idea of the other thing is that even if every other board in Manhattan does this, we are outliers, or we are different from other boards in several other ways, including how people choose committees. So that other boards do something in a certain way, if it's not right for this board, doesn't mean that we should go along with it. So my concern about the nominating committee is that people do go on the nominating committee with preformed ideas. I think some people campaign starting in June or July, and they get the first commitments that they can out of board members, who are then either reluctant or unwilling to change their minds because they've already made a commitment that they feel obligated to keep. And I have a huge problem with people joining the nominating committee, making important decisions about who's going to serve as officers on the board. And having been chair, I know how much responsibility there is, not only for the chair, but for every other position as an officer. So I'm really concerned about people coming on the nominating committee, having already been campaigned, and then using their preformed concept of who is the better chair, maybe even without knowing who else would like to be running, but having made that commitment. The other issue I have with the nominating committee is people could choose to be nominated from the floor in October because they want to bypass the nominating committee and they don't want to be vetted by the nominating committee. And then either they're a
Alita, you're cutting in and out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I don't have. Maybe my internet's unstable. I'll move closer. So either people come and are nominated from the floor. Maybe they want to bypass the nominating committee in September. And so they get nominated from the floor, and either they're second-class citizens because they weren't vetted by the nominating committee, or they've manipulated the board because they weren't vetted by the nominating committee. And either way, I have trouble with that. And second of all, or third of all, I think, do I have anything else? I think those are my two big issues with the nominating committee. I favor the resolution that was passed at the last meeting because it circumvents all of those. It's much more transparent. It's much more honest. It lets the entire board hear about the candidates. The questions when I was leaving as chair were a disaster. I'd be the first person to admit it, but that doesn't mean throw the baby out with the bathwater. It means change the system. I think the idea of asking questions and allowing the board to send over questions to the election committee, asking the same questions of every candidate and having their answers and those questions provided to the board make it a much more transparent process. Again, these are important positions and the board deserves to know a lot about what's going on in the candidates' heads, how they approach the position of officer, what their experience is, how they view things. And I don't see any way that the nominating committee could fulfill all of that as well as the election committee, the way it was set out. I also suggested at the last meeting, having a review session. So if the election's in November, in December or January, when it's all fresh in our heads from September, how it went, either what was right with the election committee or a nominating committee, if that's what the board chooses, and then to be able to tweak it or change it or see how it worked, because we are kind of rushing through this right now. But anyway, those are my comments. It's late, so I'll stop. Thank you.
Thanks. Before we call on the next person, I just want to remind people, if we vote on the election committee, whatever we vote on, one of the number one things we're going to look at the next meeting is making sure whoever is elected or appointed or their names are drawn out of a hat to serve on that committee is done in a fair way. So I encourage everyone to come to the next meeting if the membership of whatever committee if is of concern. Michelle?
Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute resolution and if seconded, speak to it in that we favor the nominating committee, and I'd like to speak to that if someone will second that.
Jane.
Jane,
Yeah, Jane, I think that, yeah.
okay. All right. First of all of the concerns about the nominating committee can be rectified. There's nothing, one issue was transparency. I think you would regret the lack of you know, I don't call it transparency. I call it being courteous to the applicants, but you can change that. Our nominating committee is nominated from the floor. The election committee, if you notice, everybody who spoke about the election committee said they pick the candidate, they do this, they do that. There is no recommendation of how to get the election committee. And I submit that the only way you would get an election committee is pretty much the same way that you get a nominating committee. Somebody has to pick them. There was one suggestion that was thrown out that it be made up of previous board chairs. I don't agree with that. I would like, you know, that's previous. If you want people on that have just joined or who are here more recently, that's not a way to get them. But everything about the nominating committee that you're concerned about can be rectified. And what came out as leaks, first of all, this last nominating committee, this last election was an outlier. I'm on the board since 2006. I never saw that kind of confusion. So that was an outlier. So let's not hang our hats on that. Anybody else who came out, for example, Alita was nominated from the floor. Now the election committee eliminates all nominations from the floor. You're not allowed to have nominations from the floor. So now you're resting on who that election committee is. I mean, to me, you're going around in circles. We have a process that works. Do you want to tweak it? That's great. We can certainly address those concerns, but to throw it out without understanding what a substitute would be like, I think is a grave mistake. And for those people in the past who expressed some upset that they put an application in and they weren't chosen, et cetera, I just want to point out, which I have before, that nobody before they revealed it At one of these meetings, nobody knew that they made application to the board, so nobody knew that they weren't selected. It was they themselves that revealed it. And that's the value of not secrecy, but courtesy and confidentiality to the applicants. The committee is not protecting anything. The committee is asking questions and doing interviews. That protection is for the applicants. If you choose that you don't want that protection for the applicants, that could be adjusted, that could be tweaked. But it's a very big deal to eliminate nominations from the floor. And we can also make rules addressing like some of Sherry's concerns, like people start electioneering in August. We can forbid that. We can say that's part of the rules, that you can't do that. Or if you want people to make public statements or debate each other, all that is perfectly possible within the realm of the nominating committee. So I can go on and on. I won't. Other people want to talk and it's late, but I really urge you to support continuing the nominating committee with the proviso that it'll go back to the committee for recommendations for tweaking and whatever. And of course, the whole board is invited to those committee meetings so you can participate. I was at both meetings, and so I heard from everybody. And I just want to also clarify, Rebecca, my recollection from the initial meeting and the second meeting, and from the thorough research that we can thank you for doing, that in fact, the majority of the boards do have nominating committees.
Yeah, so I just to prove that point, I actually just went through the research that Rebecca did just because I wanted to address Alita's point. So of 10 boards that Rebecca looked at, 5 have, and I'm just saying what they are in name only because I want to specify after. 5 have nominating committees and 5 have election committees. Of those 5 that have election committees, most of them function in the same way that our nominating committee does. They call them election committees though, but you are right that it is not skewed one way or another. There's about 5 that have nominating, 5 that have election. Of course, you can sort of name it whatever you want. The way 3 out of 5 of those election committees works are either totally different than what we're talking about or a little more similar to nominating.
Okay, so we are not, the election committee that we have thrown out on the floor doesn't necessarily reflect any of those anyway, because some of those, or the majority of those, are functioning like our nominating committee. So, okay, that was information that we had, asked and answered. Fine, we want to move on. But I would really urge everybody to look deep down inside and not toss something out, especially one that gives you the out of nominating from the floor. I think that's very serious, because the nominating committee, as it's functioning, we can tweak to make it more palatable for some of you who have concerns. So I urge you to vote yes on the substitute resolution. Thank you.
And I brought that up also to say, Alita, to address the comment that you made, it's just surprising to me to hear that the Manhattan Borough President's Office would suggest or imply that how we function is so different, because in our research, actually how we function and how we do nominating committee is quite similar to how the majority of the boards in Manhattan do, based on our research.
I will add, I think, I can't testify to why they said that to you, but I can tell you one thing, why I was able and thought of doing all this research is because I had heard that the Manhattan Borough President wanted all community boards to review her model bylaws and theoretically, hopefully pass her model bylaws as their own board's bylaws. That obviously I think was not a popular opinion by most community boards who did not want to just drop all of what they had done before. So that could be where it came from, especially, I believe she started that initiative when you were chair. It just wasn't successful.
Can we unmute Rita?
Yeah.
I really am against a nominating committee because, one thing, they don't nominate. Number 2, in the bylaws, it says deliberate and be in secret. That is against anything that we do on the community board. I would also like, before I start, I'd like to thank the committee for the work that they have done. The nominating committee doesn't nominate who is going to run. What it is that the nominating committee before, and I have served on 3 of them, and I'm on the board a long time, not as long as Michelle, but I am almost as long. The point is that then the nominating committee decided who would be the slate, and then of course more people could be added to it from the floor. But the people, the whole board votes for the person. The whole board should know what the person stands for, just as we do in an election committee in life. Now, we didn't nominate those people. I don't know, their clubs nominated them. They wanted to run. They made themselves available and they said they wanted to run. We have the same thing here. You can say, I want to run. But what does the nominating committee did? They interviewed, but we had up until the point where it was Alita. Before that, we had only one person running for the office. One person running for chair, one person running for vice chair, et cetera, and then they moved up. Since Alita, we have now had two people who were running for several of the offices. And who is to decide? The nominating committee came out and decided who they would the slate. I don't want the nominating committee deciding the slate. I have a vote. I want to see who it is. And I think you should too. We don't nominate anybody, we elect them. So what we need is an election committee that functions to hold a really good election, fair and even. They don't nominate, but they shouldn't deliberate in secret, and they shouldn't be a secret. That is against everything that we ever stand for on the board. And so I'm against the nominating committee. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for that, Jane.
Well, it's such a touchy subject these days. It's almost as bad as our election was last fall for the officers for this coming year. I, of course, have been on the board for a long time, as all of you know. I've seen some terrific board chairs. You just look at Nick Viest, you look at David Liston. They came out of nominating committees. I want to commend Felice Farber for her comments. I want to commend Michelle, even though sometimes Michelle goes on forever and ever. What I'm so surprised at is the naivete of everyone on this board who thinks that we're all as pure as the driven snow when we go into any nominating committee meeting. I also want to point out, for Rita's sake, she was nominated 3 times to be on a nominating committee. It's an honor to serve on a nominating committee. You have to be elected by your fellow board members. So it actually is somewhat of an honor to get chosen. And it is a big responsibility. But we are all political creatures. We would not be on this community board if we didn't have some incredible record of community service, or we didn't know Keith Powers or Miss Menon, or our previous Ben Kalos, or Gail Brewer, bless her heart. So that's all I want to say. I'm in total support of a nominating committee. I agree that it needs to be tweaked a bit, but it's worked for years. And the election committee asking every single candidate the exact same questions for every office, I'm not sure how that works. Anyway, that's all I want to say. It's late.
Jane, if I could just clarify, they don't ask the same questions to everybody regardless of the office. They just ask who's running for chair. They ask chair questions. They ask the same question to those candidates. Right, and vice chair, it's different questions, but it's the same to each candidate who are running for a particular office. That's all.
Greg?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I'll say no matter if the substitute motion or the original motion passes, next meeting, we're going to get into all that details. If we can't finish, we understand that due to time crunch, we might have to call a special meeting of the board in August. But no matter what direction we go in, I promise we're going to have a fully thought out and realized solution before September. Okay, let's go to Craig.
Thanks, Rebecca. So I'll repeat the same thing that I said during the committee meeting, which is that basically there are 3 core traits of whatever committee we have moving forward that I think are really essential: transparency, neutrality, and straightforwardness. So I put forward the original resolution that was on the floor before the substitute resolution was put forward. And I stand by it because I think it would result in a better process and reduce opportunities for a contested or contentious process. It would be a significant change, but it wouldn't be a radical change. But let's think about the logistics of where we are now. And I think everyone has made some very good and very valid points on both sides of the discussion. But I think we all know we now have 2 options that we're debating, and it's essentially fixing the nominating committee, which would have to occur over the course of the next month. And let's be frank, no one wants to have a special meeting in August where many of us are away or really just value the break, because here we are, it's 10:30. Many of us do this multiple times a month where we have late meetings. I don't think anyone has an appetite for an August meeting if we could avoid it. So essentially that means we'd have to fix the nominating committee over the course of the next month in order to be fully prepared for this fall's elections, or we put together an elections committee that has a clear process in place that would prioritize, as I said, transparency, neutrality, and straightforwardness, and would not be overly difficult to assemble in a short period of time, because the way it would function would allow us to be able to move forward quickly and eliminates a lot of the complexities of the nominating committee and the fact that we still have so many holes in our bylaws that I don't know that we're really in a great position to be able to fix that as easily as some have suggested, especially now that we've exposed that there are so many questions in the process that need to be patched up. And even if we were to do that, the central purpose of the nominating committee still is to empower a small group of people to essentially recommend the next set of officers. And then still we're faced with the possibility of nominations from the floor in which a candidate can bypass that process. And to me, that I think epitomizes why the nominating committee is broken, and whether we can fix it or not, I think it's worth trying this elections committee in the short term. We could definitely try it for a year, and then we could always revert back to it if we find that this process is not working. But I have a hard time believing after last time that it's going to be worse. And I think there's a very decent likelihood that it could be significantly improved and actually work quite well. Thank you very much.
Ed?
Thank you, Taina. Bear with me, folks. I'm sorry. I can't. So I apologize for the rather CIA type quality of my video, but I cannot. I don't like not addressing my colleagues where you can't see me. So apologize for moving around. I'm trying to work off a tablet here. I'm going to say what I said at the meeting the other evening. This whole process is too complicated, in my humble opinion. And it's just one individual's humble opinion. For those of you who are new to this board, I've been on it for about 11 years or so. Part of my other day job is my practice as an attorney involves a great portion of it involves election law, which means I've been around this state and around this country and actually around this world observing elections for the better part of 2 decades, and even beyond that. United States of America removed, and I believe it was the 17th Amendment, and gave us the direct election of senators. And frankly, you know, we're responsible folks here. And with all due respect to the massive amounts of graduate degrees, of which I contribute to that as well, I will say humbly and respectfully to everyone here, we're overthinking it, in my opinion. It creates the process that we have a lot of acrimony and misunderstanding. We have no manual with respect to this nominating committee for people to understand the process from year to year, because every year, for those of you who are new, you cannot be on the nominating committee 2 years in a row, which means that you have no idea. So everybody's sort of flying, if you will, by no other phrase, the seat of their pants in some ways, unless they get guidance from other folks. And what troubles me most about this is this quote unquote confidentiality. There's no need for that. Look, it's a democracy. And with all due respect to those who say, well, it's for the candidates and those from the embarrassment. Well, look, life is not a guarantee. You know, that's called a fix. Okay. That's called the fix of the game. So, you know, it's a risk. You might lose. So if you're afraid of losing and it's embarrassing, then you don't run. But I don't think anybody on this board suffers from that. And I find just in my day job and on this board that secrecy, confidentiality, that sort of thing creates acrimony, distrust, and I don't need to remind anybody here what's going on in society. So I would just humbly, respectfully suggest that we cut all this out. We have nominations from the floor, and it has been suggested that it will be some sort of like, oh, it'll be a complete free-for-all. I take issue with that. It will not be a free-for-all. And the fact is that even if you have this nominating committee, you have nominations after it, then my question is, which is begged, which is what's the point of the nominating committee? And frankly, I think without a nominating committee, what it really does is it forces us to talk to each other. And I can't wait for the day in which we are all in the same room together, because that will, I think, do away with a lot of that. And I don't want to go on and on, but I will be voting against all of this. I am for direct election. I am for as much openness out there for everyone, and it will not be chaos, I can assure you. So I think there should be no secrecy, no confidentiality, none of that, because I don't think people understand it. In fact, in my business, people quite frequently don't understand the attorney-client privilege, you know, and where that privilege lies and who controls it. And that's all I have to say about it. I just think that it's overly complicated. It doesn't need to be that way. And I'll be voting against both of them. And thanks all of you. And I look forward to seeing the new members at some point when I get back into town. Thanks so much. I'll disappear like it's the CIA again.
Thanks, Ed. Can we unmute Gail, please? It is pretty CIA-esque, Ed, I'm not gonna lie.
I've been interviewed by 3 different nominating committees. I've also served as the chair of a nominating committee. And I would say that for the most part, people who are on the committees do serve with the thought of doing the best job possible. But with that said, I think that we just have a change in our board. There are more people who are interested in running for office than in the past. And let's say you have a 7-member nominating committee. One candidate, there are 2 candidates for chair. One gets 4 votes, the other gets 3. And under those conditions of the way in which the nominating committee works, normally the person with the 4 votes is the one who's reported out. I've given a lot of thought to this, and I really believe that the elections committee becomes far more transparent, and you don't have 7 people making the determination as to the slate, but you have 50 people deciding who the officers should actually be. And interestingly, I've spoken to past chairs in CB6. Their elections committee is such that, yes, they have what would be equivalent to our nominating committee. However, what they do is they follow up with anyone who's interested in running. They make sure they get the CVs. They review those not to say, well, this person's going to be cut out, because almost anybody who's on one of our boards is likely to be qualified to become an officer at some point. So they look at the CVs. Then their major question that they ask the candidates, if elected, will you serve? They don't have 20 people running for each office. They've never had that type of an issue. And it just seems to me you don't have to worry about nominations from the floor, because somebody either self-nominates or is nominated by somebody else prior to the interviews and the questions that are being asked of all the candidates. I think that just given the changes that we've seen in composition of the board, in questions, in any type of concerns or discontent, that we would be wiser. And I buy Judy's idea of let's go ahead, let's try the elections committee. If we find that it's not working as well as we would like, we can always go back to a nominations committee. But I really highly recommend that we think out of the box and that we're willing to move forward with the elections committee to let all 50 members hear from all the candidates at the same time and then make their individual decisions. Thank you.
Thanks, Gail. Before we unmute Rami, I'm just going to say this. I said this in the Rules and Bylaws Committee. If you are a new member of the board and any of this is incredibly confusing, as I imagine it might be, I'm a relatively new member. I just got reappointed to my second term. If you raise your hand and you have like a clarifying question, you have no idea what the hell we're talking about, I will call on you ahead of all of our other board members that have had their hands first. So please don't be shy. I know this is probably confusing and you might have no idea what we're talking about, because I wouldn't have. Rami, please.
Thank you, and thank you to the co-chairs who have done amazing and a lot of work on this. We really appreciate it, and it's a great service to the community. I know I've spoken to a lot of board members about this in the past, but I go back to my original opinion on this issue, which is that this is an insane discussion that we're having right now. Ed is 100% correct. We're overthinking this. The teacher who I mentioned earlier in the meeting on a different issue, I asked about this in November, right after the election. I said, what do you think about this process? She teaches government. She teaches about democracy. That's the class, government and democracy around the world. And I asked, what do you think of this process? What do you think of a nominating committee? What do you think of an elections committee? What do you think of it? And she said that any system that in itself stands in the way of a candidate running, or a system that you have to go through that causes so much filtration and pain, and I hate to say it, annoyance, is in fact undemocratic. This is a democracy. We need to do everything in our power to have open and fair and free elections. And in my opinion, an elections committee, a nominating committee, whatever you want to call it, is not in line with our values as a community board, is not in line with our service, and it hurts people who traditionally do not run for board positions or are new to the board or politics or the community. I think it's very important that I totally agree with what Ed said, is that we need if you want to run for office, you should be allowed to run for office. You don't even need to get nominated. You just raise your hand, you give a speech, everybody votes on that speech. End of story. I don't know if I can substitute the substitute, and I would, and I know I spoke on this already. But if someone else wants to do it later, I would really appreciate that. But in my opinion, and the fact that we've been discussing this for nearly a year is outrageous to me. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Rami. Elizabeth?
I just want to say really quickly before Elizabeth, nothing, of course, openness, fairness, all good, but we are technically a city agency, so we do need to make sure we have some type of procedure to ensure that we can continue to fulfill our function, whatever that is. So that's kind of why we need to make sure we vote on something. Elizabeth, sorry.
Thank you. A couple of quick comments / questions. I'm really confused as to why an election committee approach could not have open nominations from the floor. I don't see the conflict there. And so however this vote ends up tonight, if the direction is an election committee, I would strongly urge reconsideration of whether, just what's wrong with open nominations after, if you've got a committee whose real job is just to help support process and managing a fair process, there's nothing unfair about having open nominations on the day of the vote of the election.
Elizabeth, can I answer that? Because
yes,
that did
please.
come up.
I would love an answer for that. Thank you.
Sure. That did come up before, and the concept of the elections committee is that anyone can be nominated. They can submit their nominations, and the committee then questions them, and they're questioned along with the other people who have applied for that particular office, and then those questions and answers are published. And the concept behind not having nominations from the floor is that the idea is that everyone who wants to run should have gone through that process. And if you don't go through the process and you're not questioned, and the questions and answers that other people have given are put out, but you haven't been questioned, and so there are no questions and answers from you, and then you don't really, so you haven't really, you've sort of gone around the process in a way that didn't seem fair. And that's the reason why, because the way it's handled in the elections committee, the concept is that everyone can be nominated who wants to be. The committee doesn't report out anyone, but just issues a report that gives the questions and answers that have been asked in the committee. And so that the board knows that people are going to give speeches also, but the board knows what questions and answers that everyone's been subjected to, and that can inform their judgment. But if someone just gets nominated from the floor on the night of the election, it's a completely, you're bypassing that whole process.
Well, I will say I did disagree with that.
Sure, that's the concept. I mean, I don't want to. I'm not arguing.
So just the way you've described. Just the way you've described this, that the committee is subjecting candidates to questioning.
Not subject, you're questioning.
But I mean, those are the words that you used. I mean, it genuinely makes me think, you know what? A candidate is a candidate. They choose to share whatever it is they choose to share about what they believe or why they think they would be good. And while having served on a bunch of hiring committees in the city where the accepted approach is you ask all the candidates the same questions so that you do not inject bias into the process. That doesn't sound like what this purpose is of asking all of the candidates the same questions. That's it sounds very different. So then the last thing that none of these address, and this may also be a bit of a question, what none of these addresses, what really makes for free and fair democratic elections is the secrecy of the ballot, that nobody knows how any individual votes. And so unless and that is something that appears to be not addressed at all in any of these conversations. Now that may be it's not permitted, but
that's what it is. Yeah.
That is actually too bad. And that is something that might be worth taking up with, I don't know whether it's city charter.
It's an open meetings issue, yeah.
Open meetings law, but that is what truly impedes truly free election, because if the person who ultimately becomes the chair knows that you voted for the other candidate, that is an impediment.
Yeah, I mean, like that would require the city council voting for speaker and doing it secretly. It's never going to happen, frankly.
Right.
Like,
But anyway, so I'm now in the camp of this is all overthinking. And I would go for just at this point, complete open nominations and let candidates present themselves however they wish. This is all overkill. And
Okay.
Thank you. I will.
I just want to, first of all, like move along and maybe sort of limit the commentary that we as co-chairs do. If we could unmute Saher, because I just want to stay true to my word. She's a new board member, so I would like her to skip other folks and speak, please.
Thank you. Hi. So as a new board member, I've been listening to all of these conversations. I was at the committee meeting as well. I feel like with the election committee, like looking at it as like somebody who's kind of right now as an outsider just walked in. when I see the election committee, I feel like all that I'm hearing about, somewhat about the past, and what is needed, the election committee seems to be doing a lot of that. Because number one, as far as I remember, I read your document, it said that everybody would be asked the same questions. I feel like, that creates a lot of fairness. Nobody is nominated and put forward, but just everybody, whoever wants to be be part of the of the election, they are asked the same questions by the election committee. Everybody like me who's new, doesn't know everyone, gets to hear it. And I feel like that's a very fair way, because you're listening and you're learning about each candidate who's standing and wants to be there. And then I can vote as a newcomer. I will get all my information about each candidate and I can vote. And I think that makes it very, very fair, and very open. And that's kind of coming in as a new person. I feel like the election committee, because with the nominating committee, when I was reading it, I felt I felt, at least, and again, modifications can be made, that it was very much behind the door kind of a situation. Same people, that's what I heard, that same questions weren't being asked from everyone. It should be the same list of questions that everyone should be asked. And I feel like with the election committee, there's some organized manner, because obviously otherwise it could be hours and hours till we get to everyone and hear everyone. So I think some of the work is already done. One last thing that I felt was and I'm assuming that would be the case with the election committee, that if there is a requirement, and I'm not sure if there is one, for any of the, officers, because there is something that some experience is needed or something else for them to be an officer, that would be something that would be vetted by the election committee, if there is one. So I'm assuming that would be done, and then they are, everybody gets to hear about them.
Thank you. If we could unmute David, and then for board members who have already spoken, I'm just gonna warn you that I'm gonna skip ahead to board members that have not spoken next. But David, who has not spoken.
I think that Michelle and Jane spoke very well about the nominating committee as a way of doing it, and I happen to agree with it. I've been in half a dozen organizations. That's the way we've always done it. I'm not saying that's the way it should always be done. And as part of my mixed message, I certainly would be open to trying something else if that's what the board wanted to do. On the other hand, I think the nominating committee works well. I have served on the nominating committee. I was surprised about this issue of confidentiality, that all of a sudden we don't seem to feel that we can trust one another to hold confidences. After all, whether it's an attorney-client, or it's an architect-client, or it's a business relationship, we deal with confidentiality all the time. And it seems to me that we're all capable of dealing with confidentiality. There is some pluses to the nominating committee in terms of the way, at least my experience was. The questions that we did were very thoughtful. They were thorough. Our judging of the candidates, I thought, was absolutely objective. I didn't feel that anybody came in with hidden agendas or necessarily in favor of any particular candidate. I'm not claiming that that might not happen, but I would like to think if someone were in fact on the nominating committee, that they would then act objectively because that's what they were being trusted to do. And last but not least, the way it has been working is that you can have a nomination from the floor. So if that's a way of getting somebody else who is very interested but did not get selected as the nominating slate, we have that opportunity. And I think that Jane and Michelle also pointed out that we have gotten some really good chairs through the nominating committee. And I think what happens is that there's a sense on the part of the board who has accomplished what on behalf of the board, also what their interests may be. And I don't want to say that there's a consensus, because there's never a consensus, but I think there's a sensibility about who might be doing what. And I think that as it gets to the nominating committee level, then the kinds of judgments that are made tend to be fair, tend to be objective, and tend on balance to come out with good slates. So I think the nominating committee has been working, can work, and can probably work even better, because I think it's a good idea to examine it. But I would certainly be in favor of staying with the nominating committee, but taking a good look at how we make it work the best possible way. So that's my feeling.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you. Can we skip over Alita again? Sorry, Alita, no offense to you. Just trying to get to people who haven't spoken. Sharon, Pope Marshall, and then I cannot recall Chuck or Rebecca. Did Judy speak already or no?
Yes, Judy did speak.
So
Yeah.
then we'll skip after Judy and go to Russell. Sharon?
Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank Chuck for his comments and insight, as well as yours, Taina. And thank you so much for the work that you've done, Rebecca, and also really for the committee as a whole. My concern is that I don't want you to think that all of your work that you have accomplished has been all for naught. It's I've been listening to the conversation, and I am also beginning to wonder whether or not we are overthinking this as well. And so I might want to I might suggest that we might consider something a little bit more open that Rami was talking about, or that Ed Herzog was talking about as well. And also I would suggest as well that whether we're looking at a nominating committee or at an election committee, that we include a high level of diversity, and that we look at these committees in terms of inclusivity. I heard Rita say that she's been on the board for a while, and she's been on the nominating committee 3 times. And I do know that there are people who have been on the board longer than Rita who have not been on the nominating committee, for example, or who have had the pleasure only of being on a nominating committee once. I really think that she's very fortunate to have been on the nominating committee 3 different times. With that said, whether we decide to have an election committee, whether we decide to have a nominating committee, I think we need to pay critical attention to balance and inclusivity on these committees as a whole. And I am willing, I should say that 9 times out of 10, I usually vote with the committee, because the committee has done the work, and that is the case here. But I also want you to know that I'm really leaning more and more to thinking, wow, are we really overthinking this? And how long have we been considering this? The other point that I want to add is that, and I'll go out on a limb to say this, no one on the board is appointed to Community Board A because they're neutral. We all have very strong opinions and views across the board. You're not going to find a single person on Community Board A, that is, who is neutral. And I think when you're referring to transparency, that being able to self-nominate yourself from the floor, if you will, and to have people say that they're interested. I think that that is very, very crucial. And it doesn't matter if they're bypassing the system. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, I get to vote. I get to say, listen, you bypassed the system as it was, and I'm not going to vote for you on that basis. At the end of the day, this is the United States of America, and we get to vote. We get to vote whether the nominating committee comes out with a slate, or whether the elections committee, ask a series of questions for each of the candidates. At the end of the day, at the end of that meeting, each of us gets to vote. Nothing is a fait accompli until the vote is completed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Russell. I guess
Call the question.
Do we have a second?
on the substitute, is there a second to that? Judy?
Before we recognize the second, I promised Alita could respond because she was.
No, come on, we can't. I'm very sorry, but no, because no, look, it's 11 o'clock. So we have to stick to the rules. We have to move this along. We really have to move.
Yep. Did we have a second from Judy?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
So anyone?
May I lower the hands?
Rami is going to take this vote. I just want to make sure to remind everyone it's a substitute motion. We're voting on the substitute motion to keep the nominating committee. I just don't want anyone to accidentally vote the wrong way.
Rami.
Can you unmute
Rami?
Yeah, I know, I'm trying. Rami, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. Okay. I'm gonna take this one really slow, guys. Sorry, just so we're not messing anything up here.
Take your time.
Sherry,
No.
Ed,
Just double checking here. This is for, no means no here, right, on these committees, right?
This is in favor
Yeah,
of
so
nominating
if you-
committee. So no is
Okay, yeah.
against nominating committee.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, good. No.
Abraham,
Definitely no.
Sarah,
No.
Elizabeth,
No.
Alita,
No.
Koff,
No.
Billy,
No.
Marco,
No.
Judy,
No.
Vanessa,
No.
Craig,
No.
Gail,
No.
Greg,
No.
Chuck,
Chuck, I accidentally muted you.
No.
Carolina,
No.
Edison,
No.
Sahar,
No.
Rita,
No.
Joan,
No.
Taina,
No.
Elizabeth,
No.
Lynn,
Nope.
Bill,
No.
Peggy,
No.
Billy,
Oh, I went already. I just.
oh, your hand's up again.
Adam, did you
myself-
have your hand up?
I said no.
And Barbara.
No.
Thank you.
I thought I saw Barbara Brother's hand. I just want to confirm. Okay, no, never mind.
Myself is a no. Resolution fails.
Call
I'll
the
have a
question on
tally
the
in a second.
original motion.
There a second? Second,
Aye.
from Billy? Okay, so let's call the roll on this is now on the nominating, the election committee, sorry.
This is on the election committee.
Right.
Okay.
Well, let's
Rami,
just
you
have a
have
show of
to-
hands. If any,
I'm up here again.
And Rami, just
Anyone-
for your information, Mohit had to leave.
Okay.
That was after
what's
that
the
vote,
total attendance right now?
I'm sorry,
What's our attendance at right now? What number?
Rebecca, do you know?
It's
We at 37 or 36?
40. Sorry, our track sheet doesn't count for new attendance. I mark people gray when they leave on the future votes, so I can't give you that number.
Okay.
I just counted through
Anyway, there was
participants,
27
and it's
against on the last one.
38.
All right. Let's vote on the
can we just
original
lower
resolution.
the hands quickly? Just anyone is opposed to calling the question on the original.
Is that opposed to calling the question or?
Yeah, this is opposed to calling the question. So there's two.
Two.
Okay, so let's go on and let's vote on this.
All right, I'm gonna lower the hands. Or no, go ahead. If you have your hand up.
Okay.
These
These are votes now. Ed,
Yeah, I'm voting no.
Ed,
Yeah, thanks. No.
Michelle,
It's on the original resolution, right?
yes.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Elizabeth,
No.
Sharon,
No.
Marco,
No.
Abraham.
No.
Jane,
No.
myself is a no. Anyone else? Resolution passes. I'll have totals in a minute.
I think I appreciate, listen, everybody's thoughts on this. I think everybody's worked hard and as I think as Alita said, we're going to try to, after this election cycle, we'll see how things work. So I think, I think it's an interesting proposal and we appreciate all the work. And I applaud my co-chairs for all their work too. And
Please come to our next meeting.
please come to our next meeting.
That's
because
it. That's
then
where
we're
all the
gonna-
details will be worked out.
We're going to get the details of exactly how it should work.
All right, we got to move to the next committee. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
So we'll now do the budget committee and Billy and Felice.
Should we move to executive session to talk about the budget since it deals with staff issues?
I thought there were two items.
And there were two items, but they really should be taken together.
Yeah, that's
One's
fine.
the PS budget, the other's the OTPS
So
budget.
I move to go into executive session.
Yeah, second.
Are there any opposed to going to the executive session? 3, 2, 1. No? Okay, great. So board members, you will receive a prompt asking you to go to a breakout room in a second. It's going to take a second to assign everyone. So just ask your patience.
Will, this is up to you, but would it be helpful to make either Russell or any of the
Yes,
officers that are on?
Russell, you're going to become a
co-host? Yeah.
co-host.
Okay.
And if I need to, somebody can text me and I can create a second account and I can go in there on a different computer, as we did at the other meeting.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. Here we go.
While we're getting the breakout room set up, I just want to remind everyone that we have to do a roll call vote when we're in executive session on these budget items. So that's why everyone's last name is first.
As we're waiting, I just want to remind everybody that the district needs statement process is in October. So if I know everyone has full agendas for July, but you have time in July or in September within the committee, if you could set off your capital and expense priorities for the district needs statement. So we can have a more thoughtful process when we get there.
All right, the rest of us will stay in this room and you guys are going to go to a breakout room. Please follow the prompt on your screen. Russell, can I close the breakout room? I think that was a yep.
Oh, sorry, I muted. Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay, so that's it for our committee reports. So let's go to Abraham.
I would like to move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Rebecca.
Yeah. Anyone opposed? Seems like no, or not enough. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. Good night.